Hello. So, oh, let's move the doggy treats so people can see the puppy. Lucky's doing pretty well. We had a little scare yesterday because his drain was leaking, but we went to the doctor and the doctor said he's doing so well we won't need the drain anyway. He does have a little seroma here, and I think he's developing one in his chest as well, because I am not doing a very good job of putting on heat compresses when I should, but he also doesn't like heat compresses. But he doesn't seem to understand that he's got to rest. He is also drugged up a tiny bit. Let's see here. Trey!
Oh, wow. It's just me.
I just started.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Crazy. He had a nice white little patch, but it's mostly gone now. It'll grow back. But yes, he has a very cute little white patch.
How's Lucky doing?
He's doing pretty well, all things considered. If nothing unexpected happens, next Tuesday, not this Tuesday, he will get his stitches out. And then he'll even be allowed to play. And he doesn't like not being allowed to play. We went to the emergency room yesterday because his drain was leaking. And there were other dogs in the emergency room. And he spent the entire time whining because he wanted to go play with the other dogs and didn't understand why this wasn't a huge play date. There's like other dogs around, he's around, they should all be wrestling, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm glad he's doing good because you're posting some scary stuff on the server.
I mean, the doctor said if the stitches fail again, that could be bad. And she said it was 50-50 if the stitches were going to fail. Last time, let's see. So he got the stitches on Friday, the first set, and they failed on Tuesday. And then, so the new stitches were put in on Tuesday, and they're still going pretty well. So I'm hopeful these stitches will stick. But yeah.
I hope so too.
Matthew, the newlywed, soon to be a father.
Parlado?
Yeah.
Oh, I know that guy.
Yeah. You went to his wedding and stuff.
I did go to his wedding and stuff. I got drunk at his wedding and stuff.
You did. Somebody bought things to get drunk on for his wedding and stuff.
Yeah, we bought. Yeah, that was fun. Saw Atlanta, did all that stuff.
We live at least 2 miles away from each other, Matthew. At least 2 miles. Might even be 2.5 miles.
Andrew walked to my apartment. No, Andrew walked to your apartment from my apartment.
Not the new one, the old
Not
one.
the new one, but the old one, yeah.
Yeah, the new one's much fun.
Because he wouldn't knock on the door.
No, he tried knocking on the door. Oh, your door. He said he did try to knock.
He just didn't call me.
I thought he said he called you.
No. He did knock on the. He called me, but he did not knock on the door. That was a thing.
I think he didn't knock on the window. By the way, Matthew,
Yes.
so we went and we bought these small bottles of Johnny Walker so we could sneak them into the wedding hall. And I gave your father the nicest bottle to like slip to you. And he's like, I'll give it to him tomorrow. I'm like, dude, you're missing the point. But I hope you got the bottle of Blue Label because we drank the rest of it.
We did.
There were 3 other bottles, the same size. And then I got a large thing of really cheap stuff, which McMo drank all of that. I'm kind of joking, kind of not. It was fun.
It was very fun. I enjoyed it. Great wedding.
Atlanta was beautiful. I think I'm pretty sure it's the first Catholic wedding I've been to.
Okay, so what controversial thing do we have to see about? What's going to be our next topic, Jacob?
I don't know.
Okay.
You want to talk about restorationism?
Yeah, I don't think you. I think you think Christians think about the Messiah as much as you do, and that isn't true.
Yeah, why would I think Christians think about the Messiah?
No, because like the Messiah is already a solved problem. Like they just say Jesus is the Messiah, and they're like, okay, it's solved, right? Like, what do you think the average Christian is like? Man, I really have to get in all these debates if whether Jesus is the Messiah or not. It's like kind of a done sort of thing.
The entirety of Christian religion is about whether Jesus is the Messiah. Like that,
right?
That
and
is
it's already solved.
No. See, that's the thing. It's not solved.
To the average Christian, maybe I'm doing wrong polling, but like, are you like they're more concerned with like, I don't know, random eschatology or something like that?
They're not though. Like maybe the autists are, but the big time theologians. By the way, if you're interested in that, I highly recommend looking at the series by Coronius Focus, and of course my discussion with Coronius Focus. I think
Coronius Focus.
Coronius Focus.
Waka Flocka Flame.
You can flavor water with almost anything. Coffee beans, tea leaves, whiskey, gin, rum, tequila. Everything is good when it's watered down. Cheers. Okay, I guess. To be Christian is to axiomatically accept his messiahhood. Yeah, well, until you can't accept his messiahhood, in which case you end up starting a whole new version of Christianity, right? Lucky does not believe Jesus is the Messiah. See, you see this tongue? That's like his Jesus.
Little do you know.
Tongue. Somebody took a whole bag of doggy cookies. I won't say who, off the counter. Somebody did though. Who could that have been, Lucky? Who might have gone onto the counter and taken the entire bag of cookies? Who could it be? I love big dogs, although they can.
I don't know. Do Protestants really believe in the continuation stuff? Because I'm like,
Yes.
they really do. It just seems like they believe in restorationism. Like,
No, see, that's the thing. Folk. So that's why you ended up with the Restorationists, is because folk Protestants believe in restorationism, and so that's why you ended up with the Restorationists. But you can only have that with messianic fervor. Without messianic fervor, it won't work. Let me guess. Elijah's like, why are you talking about dumb stuff? How did I know it was Elijah and not David? How?
how did you know it was Elijah and not David? Probably because how I looked at my face, I was very nervous because I was like, "Oh, it's pretty much like my big brother chastising me."
Dad is like, it's Father's Day. What? Did you do something with your dad on Father's Day?
No, he's in Paris for a wedding.
Oh, he's been going to a lot of weddings.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Which tells you he's trying to tell you something, Trey.
I'm working on it. I think I got something cooking. I'm cooking. I need to mog more. I think I've been looking at my face and I'm like, I'm so chopped. I need to start my skincare routine. I have no skincare routine. I just try to remove the zits, which isn't working. But boys, I'm up. I just got satin pillow sheets. Okay. So we're up. Hair is not gonna be bad unless less facial stuff. So any other good ideas in the chat of how to mog? How do restorationists mog? That's a good question.
Are you going back to your restorationist roots? Are you?
I just like to defend the outsiders. So I'm just I'm just cool like that.
Let me find Coronius Focus if I can type while wrestling with Lucky.
Walkus, no walkus.
Bro, it's not easy to name. Coronius. Can I find this? Maybe I don't know how to spell it. There he is.
I don't know if I can work out. I don't know if I can eat clean. The clean part is the part that I don't know if I can do.
Wow, he took his videos off his channel.
Ooh, shows that he knows Jesus is the Messiah. Wah wah.
So, shoot. Why did he take his channel off? Okay, so here you go, Matthew. There's the channel, and there's my conversation with Coronius Focus. It was a good conversation. You should watch it. What are other people saying? Do you want me to speak for the average Christian? Sure, Brett. Speak for the average Christian. Thelonious Monk. That sounds familiar. Who's Thelonious Monk? I like philosophical Trinity, my Trinity, more, if you say so. Then how do you deal with Christians who try to prove an axiom, Matthew?
Axiom.
I think Jesus would have been a fan of jazz during his time, even though trads will claim his fave would have been orderly classical piano banging. Yeah, I don't think Jesus uh would like classical. Uh,
He's definitely. I want to go with the flow.
wear a male gown. I have no idea what he's.
That's how I should mog.
Oh, okay. Eat,
You wouldn't understand.
work out, and stay near Christ. But where is Christ? Yeah,
Where's the Messiah? Where's Yahweh? Where's Moses? Where?
Moses was buried in a place no one will find him.
Like,
the Bible says.
is it like really we care about Moses? Like, Moses really didn't do much. Like, he's the whole point of his characters. He kind of did. Like, I think David's better than Moses. Is that controversial to say? David was a better guy than Moses. Like, wasn't everybody kind of better than Moses?
He was the most humble of men.
Didn't really help him much. And he
I mean, he is one of the 7 shepherds.
yeah, but he should have been more tempered, you know?
He's one
He
of
was
the
humble, but not humble enough to have being humble over his temper.
Lucky, are you having fun? I think Lucky's having fun. Of course, he is also drugged up.
Yep.
We have the delicate and intricate relationship between faith and reason. Not a JVVK, John Vervaeke construal, but actually what Aquinas wrote and purported. Matthew, only Father Eric is allowed to talk about Aquinas. I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God is the God of the living, not the dead. Hope in restoration is not the same as believing it will happen. Post-millennialists are the minority. I would say pre-millennial dispensationalists do hold a majority, probably. The perfectionists, nah. I have no idea what you're saying. But. Yeah, this is definitely the most quiet Lucky's been in a while, but that's partially because he's drugged up. And I went to my sister's house for brunch, and I didn't take Lucky, and so he was home alone. And I don't think he rested very much while I wasn't here, despite being drugged up. And so when I got home, he kind of crashed it. Have you crashed it? How's the studying coming along?
Who told you about my studying? I'm studying right now. I'm doing minimum window substring.
Sounds like fun.
Keys. I just thought I'd hop on. I should be doing more studying. Has anybody in this chat passed either an Amazon interview, Snapchat interview, a technical interview? Is anybody here a Google software engineer, perchance, and can hopefully get me a job that does not require me to bow to an idol of Moloch? Oh, I got something controversial. I think Elon Musk is Satan. Thoughts? Questions?
I disagree.
I think
Big agree.
Hell yeah.
So For a Jewish take on dogs in heaven, see the book my friend wrote called The Case for Animal Souls, which Ben and I went through on my channel.
I know that guy.
$1.3 trillion cope. I have to agree.
It does show the whole like wanting money and just corrupt your soul. Like no soul is more corrupted than Elon Musk. You know, his life is kind of in ruins.
If you spend your entire life listening to nothing but left-wing propaganda, yeah, you would certainly believe that.
Yep, I definitely want to have 10 children. One of them disowns me. Multiple of them disown me. Multiple baby mamas that always said, I only married you for the money. Overweight.
Oh, did you see the video of there's a pretty funny video running around. I think I might have put it in the memes channel of Elon Musk and Donald Trump and stuff talking about their baby mamas. It was pretty funny. It's pretty racist, but it was pretty funny.
No, I did not watch a racist video that you sent me. I did not do that. Sad to say.
Didn't he call one of his kids or just give a serial number for a name or something?
Yeah, but
X70
he's not the only person in Hollywood to do that. Like a bunch of them in Hollywood do stuff like that. And I think that's better than being a childless cat lady.
Yeah, I get a lot of Hollywood people name their kid like Lazarus Echo or something. That's Trent Reznor's kid or something.
Yep.
But there's something about, you know, just a bunch of letters and numbers. It's like a MAC address or something. Like something you would slap a label on some hardware.
So very rich people do that partially to keep the anonymity of their kids, despite the fact that like their kids are going to be pretty famous just by virtue of being their kids. It's not the craziest strategy to keep your kid's legal name kind of secret and private.
Oh, okay, so it's actually a public-private naming strategy.
Yeah, I think all of them end up like calling their kids by a particular name and stuff. I mean, so some of my nephews, a couple of my nephews were friends with some of Elon Musk's kids. And he calls, if I remember correctly, he called them by normal names, despite the fact they didn't have normal names. But I also don't recall exactly. This was like 10 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. That's I didn't think of that, but it seems like a smart tactic actually. But I mean, there is something about that Musk character, you know, he's kind of a transhumanist. You know, the whole brain chip thingy.
He's definitely a transhumanist. I don't agree with his morality. I don't agree with a lot of things, but on a scale of 1 to the worst people that I have known or met, he is like not even close to one of the worst people I have met.
But don't you think like the X platform now? That's a big platform for like really right wing and I would say anti-Semitic talking points now, like Holocaust, revisionism, stuff like that.
Right, but I believe censorship only makes things like that worse, and I have for a long time. And I actually believe that the ADL and SPLC know that, and their push towards censorship was a deliberate attempt to increase the amount of anti-Semitism and racism in the world. I realize I am kind of cynical, but yeah, I actually think Elon Musk buying Twitter may have been one of the greatest contributions to humanity any human being has made, in that it stopped the censorship of, and really, I mean, I felt censored by Facebook and X during the 2020 elections. So yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I agree with not being able to talk about this stuff, and you know, I was glad I looked into some of that stuff actually before 2020 to get some more input, I guess. But like when it feels kind of contrived, the whole like all the right wingers kind of flocking to X. It feels kind of like a recruiting platform almost. Like he doesn't do it because he cares so much about freedom of speech, or you know.
I think people underestimate how much China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Israel spend on bots and trying to control the narrative, etc. To yes, Mr. Trey.
I just wanted to take my statements back on Elon Musk, and he's the greatest person ever. And if he ever has a job for me at SpaceX, I'd greatly appreciate it. Please give me a whole bunch of the RSUs. I'd greatly appreciate it. I just wanted to say that in case this comes up against me in the future. But,
What are RSUs?
Stock units? What is it? Something stock units?
Reserved, probably.
Reserve stock units, yeah.
That makes sense.
But to tie it to the interesting thumbnail you chose for the stream,
Yes.
you think Musk is going to make a deal with the aliens?
So Elon Musk several times has said if there were any evidence of aliens, I would know about it, and I haven't seen anything. And if you spend as much time paying attention to Avi Loeb as I do, I mean, if you're on my Discord, I have one of the channels is on extraterrestrials. I think that anybody who's actually looked into what is going on, especially the Director of National Intelligence report to the Senate Intelligence Committee, with on UAPs, I think there's definitely something going on. It doesn't necessarily have to actually be extraterrestrials. It might be other governments. It might be our government lying to us. But whatever is going on, it's more distressing than people are paying attention to. So here, let's pull up the thing on UAP.
It could be just angels, demons, whatever, you know.
This is definitely true. I agree that is a possibility. Where's my thing? This is linked on my Discord. It is from 2021. Read U.S. intelligence community's unclassified report on UFO. The U.S. intelligence community on Friday released its long-awaited report on what it knows about a series of mysterious flying objects that have been seen moving through restricted military airspace over the last several decades. This is the file. It is unclassified from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, June 25th, 2021, so 5 years ago almost. Preliminary assessment, unidentified aerial phenomenon. This is only, it's about 5 pages long. 9 pages it says, but that includes the cover page. And let's just look at the little executive summary here. The limited amount of high quality reporting and on unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP, hampers our ability to draw firm conclusions about the nature or intent of UAP. The Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, UAPTF, considered a range of information on UAP described in U.S. military and intelligence community reporting, but because the reporting lacks sufficient specificity, ultimately recognized that a unique, tailored reporting process was required to provide sufficient data for analysis of UAP events. As a result, the UAPTF concentrated its review on reports that occurred between 2004 and 2021, the majority of which are a result of this new tailored process to better capture UAP events through formalized reporting. Most of the UAP reported probably do represent physical objects, given that a majority of UAP were registered across multiple sensors to include radar, infrared, electro-optical, weapon seekers, and visual observation. In a limited number of incidents, UAP reportedly appeared to exhibit unusual flight characteristics. These observations could be the result of sensor errors, spoofing, or observer misperception, and require additional rigorous analysis. There are probably multiple types of UAP requiring different explanations based on the range of appearances and behaviors described in the available reporting. Our analysis of the data supports the construct that if and when individual UAP incidents are resolved, they will fall into one of 5 potential explanatory categories: airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomena, U.S. government or U.S. industry development programs, foreign adversary systems, and a catch-all other bin. UAP clearly pose a safety of flight issue and may pose a challenge to U.S. national security. Allow me to reiterate this report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to the United States Senate. UAP clearly pose a safety of flight issue and may pose a challenge to U.S. national security. Safety concerns primarily center on aviators contending with an increasingly cluttered air domain. UAP would also represent a national security challenge if they are foreign adversary collection platforms or provide evidence a potential adversary has developed either a breakthrough or disruptive technology. Consistent consolidation of reports from across the federal government, standardized reporting, increased collection and analysis, and a streamlined process for screening all such reports against a broad range of relevant USG data will allow for a more sophisticated analysis of UAP that is likely to deepen our understanding. Some of these steps are resource intensive and would require additional investment. Now, I will tell you, some people have said to me, you know what this is? This is the intelligence community and the Pentagon trying to get more money from the US Congress. And if that is true, and that is the best explanation, then we should come down on them on like a ton of bricks. But we're not even doing that. Anyway, you can read the rest of this report for yourself, and you will see that whatever this is, it warrants a lot a lot more attention, and very few people are willing to talk about it. Lloyd, happy Father's Day. If you have time, we wouldn't mind a report of how Synod ended up, but that's up to you. Yes, Corax. What does Corax stand for? What's your real name? If you don't mind giving me a Christian name. Are you a Christian?
It's actually, I mean, it's after. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you thought you lost sound for a second there.
Nope.
Yeah, Corax is just the Latin name for raven. So, and it's actually a family name, the Norwegian version of it.
I see.
Yeah.
Brett says declassified. That settles it. Haha. So it must not be a psyop then. If it is a psyop, and the Director of National Intelligence is giving us such a clear psyop that everyone can say, "Hey, this is a psyop," maybe we should be paying attention to that. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, it feels. Oh, am I lagging a little bit?
No, you're fine. I'm just call it my camera.
Yeah, like do you remember X-Files and that whole period?
Yes.
From the 90s.
Yes.
It feels kind of nowadays. It feels a little bit like those days, and how fiction kind of shapes narratives around this stuff.
I hate to tell you this, but fiction has shaped human narratives around stuff for as long as human beings have existed.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But mass media, like the television, and before that radio, stuff like that.
Yes.
But like in the 90s, it was kind of the people that some of the conspiracy people, like Bill Cooper, if you remember that guy, he was big into aliens at first, and then he said, someone fed me bad information, and there's some shills in the movement and whatnot, in the militia movement.
Yep.
And there was also some newer documentaries. I think there's one called Mirage Men. And the one guy there, I think his name was Benowitz, or Paul Benowitz or something. He was big into researching UFOs. But the documentary, the Mirage Men documentary, kind of tells the story about how he was fed narratives from people in I think it was in some kind of Air Force agency or something.
I am in no way dismissing the idea that that all of this may in fact be some sort of psyop, etc. All I'm saying is that's a psyop is not a good reason to not pay attention. It's like, oh, you're telling me our government is running psyops that are so transparent that the only reasonable, I have a very good friend who is a very smart, very scientific type guy, right? And so I brought this stuff up to him, and he says to me, "Oh yeah, that has to be a government psyop." And I'm like, "Okay, my dear good friend, if this is obviously a government psyop, why aren't we running around going, 'Hey people, look, our government is running obvious psyops'?" That is not a reason to dismiss this report. If that is seriously what you believe this report is, which is a clearly evident psyop, Like the response should be, hey, everybody, look at this really obvious government psyop. It shouldn't be, hey, everybody, the government's running an obvious psyop and we should not even talk about it. Do you disagree?
I mean, there's did you call him Brett? The Greek letters in the comments. He basically calls it a distraction, and I think a lot of these narratives serve as distractions. Like the first time I came on your stream, I talked about the opioid epidemic and stuff like that, and I actually think there should be more discussions around what happened with the pandemic,
Well, I mean,
but since then we kind of moved on to like, oh no, there's a war.
Hold on. Did you see what Tulsi Gabbard has been talking about? Like the report she released on her last day as DNI?
No.
You might want to pay attention to that. I highly recommend. Yes, there are lots of people not talking about what she released, but what she released is, yeah. See, this is the thing, and this is what I said to you when you said we aren't talking about the opiate crisis enough. The fact is, I agree with you that general public isn't talking about the opiate crisis enough. They should be talking more about it. But as a serious person who's somewhat involved in substance abuse work, I know there is a shit ton of money going into dealing with the opiate crisis, like a ton of money, maybe too much money, because frankly, people aren't paying attention and the money is being stolen, which bothers me more than, that there isn't enough money being spent on it. But that's a whole other thing. Lloyd says, the only thing that Synod did on Thursday morning was proposed to remove our document, Our World Belongs to God, from our covenant for office bearers. Well, did they propose it or did they actually do it? The real weeping and gnashing of teeth online was from Wednesday night's decision to leave the WCRC organization 200 plus comments on the banner Facebook report of the story. Well, yeah. When people on Facebook, are weeping and gnashing of teeth, then it means there's holy water being sprinkled all over the CRC, in my opinion. Why is it obvious? I actually don't think it is that obvious. I think the people who claim that it is obvious need to spend time proving that it is obvious. Yes, Max, talk about a minefield. How you doing, Max? You could jump on, Max. We could do a whole episode of Fountain of Comfort, stump the social worker if you wanted to, Max, but that's up to you. Fauci is already pre-pardoned for that entire time. Actually, I don't think the pre-pardon is going to work, and even if he is, I still want them, the Justice Department, taking that pardon all the way to the Supreme Court because he deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're talking about putting that guy in prison or something for what? How the
Tulsi Gabbard is claiming that he perjured himself in testimony 2 years ago.
Okay, so that was the thing that Tulsi was on about.
Yep, she released a bunch of files which she says show that he was perjuring himself to Congress, which I didn't even bother taking a look at the files because I didn't need to look at files to know he was perjuring himself to Congress. But that's me.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad how many people took that guy for like a serious scientist, and instead of just looking at him like a bureaucrat
Okay,
running.
so I have to say, knowing a lot of people who were in the medical establishment at the time of the pandemic, who were actually dealing with the pandemic, they were more along the lines of, okay, this isn't a serious scientist. This is the guy who tells the people the things so that they don't lose their mind. But we all know that this came from a lab, and it's incredibly dangerous. Like, they really thought this, like, COVID could end up killing lots and lots of people. And that's why they were more than happy to have somebody like Fauci be telling the lies, because a lot of them didn't think that the general population was ready for, oh, China was trying to create a bioweapon and it got loose and we might all die.
Oh yeah, there's a whole like what happened there. There's a lot of different ways we can take this, and I'm actually not convinced about the lab stuff either. That also feels kind of like a distraction.
See, this is why I highly recommend looking up my stream with Sam Tiedemann from April Fools of, what year was it? Called Fear and Loathing in the Times of Cholera. Here, let's find that. Fear and Loathing in the Time of Cholera.
And yeah, to the comments in the YouTube chat, he was in charge of the whole AIDS thing as well. And there's also a lot of questions about that. I have a lot of questions about AIDS and how it started.
Why is my video on Fear and Loathing in the Time of Cholera not showing up? Let's see if I can find it on my channel. Where's my channel? Fear, Loathing.
While you're finding it, I would just comment that I think a lot of virology research, it seems to kind of overlap with genetic research, like human genome research.
Okay, so this is my video. This is an ad. Go away, ad. Ad, go away. This ad is not going away. Why is this ad not going away?
You don't have an ad blocker?
I do. I think ad blockers are theft. If you don't want to use their website, don't use their website. Okay, so I called it Discord in the Time of Cholera, not Fear and Loathing, and it is from April 1st, 2022. And the reason I had our dear friend Sam Tiedemann on was that Sam at the time was the biostatistician for a large actually, I think the largest hospital chain in the United States. So he was the one who was crunching the numbers. Sam also is second author, and for people who know about peer-reviewed literature, they know what second author means, on a study in the Journal of the American Medical Association and in the Lancet for the COVID vaccines. I have more information. What?
The transfections.
Whatever you want to say, call it. I have more information than a lot of people about what actually happened behind the scenes during COVID. I can tell you that you can watch, I think it was a 3-hour stream we had, 4.5 hour stream. I think if you were listening in 2022 to me and Sam, you would know more then than the vast majority of people know now. I think a lack of good information causes people to actually have, it's the Alfred Hitchcock effect. Alfred Hitchcock in Psycho made a very, very scary movie without actually showing you much, because when you don't show things, it's scarier than when you do show things. And so, yeah, I highly, highly recommend that video if you're a in any way interested in what actually happened in COVID. And I dare say I know more about what happened in COVID than 99% of people around this world. They voted to remove it, but they consider it a church order decision, so it will have to be confirmed by Synod 2027. He didn't go to jail over the AIDS stuff. Didn't he do some horrendous stuff back then? Why do you think he had his job? Why do you imagine he had his job? There was a great video that broke it. All down has been erased from the internet. My video has not been erased from the internet. I highly recommend my video because, let's face it, I'm a pretty smart guy.
Yeah. I probably want to check that video out, but yeah, I mean, 2022, that was kind of the year I felt we kind of transitioned to the next thing from the, I'm just gonna call it the pandemic because it sounds, to the war, and suddenly people weren't interested in the, what happened before.
This is a perennial problem. People often lose interest, and they don't want to talk about things like, the news cycle is a problem.
Yeah, but it was like some of the experience I've had, and I didn't have like an extreme experience, like nobody forced me to do anything, but like the whole atmosphere and the fact that it was pretty much global, at least in the Western world. I don't know how it was in Africa. I mean, we have some like China, it seemed pretty bad, I guess. But yeah, like I just kind of remember walking around the empty streets and like in the supermarkets, everyone masked up. And when I remember one time I wasn't masked up, and like people were literally gluing themselves to the wall when I went by,
Yep.
Like people were paralyzed with fear.
Yep.
And I think fear is the biggest virus. Like if you want to call it that.
I mean, like Ebola right now is running loose in parts of Africa in really scary ways, and a lot of people I don't think are as afraid of it as they should be. But don't be surprised when, like, your mic is really loud, correct? Don't be surprised when most people are basically innumerate. They don't understand statistics very well at all. They don't understand risk very well, and they follow the lead. And I genuinely do believe that the vast majority of scientists thought, who actually knew what they were talking about, thought, oh my God, this is going to be worse than the Spanish flu. I certainly, the first few weeks, thought that it was going to be worse than the Spanish flu, which is why, like, I didn't leave the house at all, and I told my family not to leave the house at all. I don't blame people for early on not realizing, like, we were talking 3% death rates at the very beginning. If COVID actually had a 3% death rate, like, things would have been a lot different. The problem, I believe, is that even after we knew that it wasn't as bad as a lot of people thought, there were a lot of people who thought this was a great excuse and a great way of getting Donald Trump out of the White House. And I think they were actually right about that. And that's what pissed me off the most.
Yeah, like the never let a crisis go to waste people.
Yes, and look, I don't think there's anything wrong with the crisis never let with the slogan never let a crisis go to waste. It's true. Never let a crisis go to waste. The question is, what do you do with that crisis? Do you use it for improvements, betterments, etc., or do you use it to gain power, etc.? Like, this is why I am very happy with Jay Bhattacharya being the director of the National Institutes of Health. Now, a lot of people have no idea who Jay Bhattacharya is, which bothers me, but what can you do?
Yeah. I mean, you talk about people not being able to do the math and stuff, but I think that can easily be bamboozling as well. People can get bamboozled by numbers.
True.
And
that's because they don't know math. Like, people get bamboozled by math because they don't know math.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's just as important to kind of question some of the base mythologies as well, instead of just getting like just trying to solve the latest math puzzle that are getting handed down. Like when we're talking about viruses, like I think very few people realize that there is something called the human virome.
What I had never heard of this. What is the human virome?
So that's kind of the collection of viruses inside and on the human body.
Okay.
Which is largely unmapped, it seems from looking at the Wikipedia page. And they're still finding new stuff, like new types of viruses in that system.
Right.
So it seems like the popular understanding of viruses is that they're very dangerous and they're like we need to eliminate every new virus that pops up, stuff like that. But
well, I mean, this is why antibiotics don't really help with viruses. But the reason why antibiotics are by prescription is because if you didn't make it by prescription, people would try to kill all the bacteria on themselves, which would go very, very poorly for them. Like, yeah, you're right. A lot of people think, oh, bacteria, kill it. Or even, oh, insect, kill it. And it's like, no, we live in a biome. You actually need the bacteria in your guts, etc. So yeah, that is a thing. But yeah, I don't say most people are stupid, but wherever you go, you will recognize that to your eternal disappointment, all the people there are human beings, and at least half of them are below average.
Yeah, and still the intelligent ones kind of just go along with the gods of this. They bow down to the gods of the city.
You have to. This is why we talk about. This is why we talk about. Sure. Somebody's asking if they can join. Anybody can join. Did I not? Did I not put the link in the chat? There is the link in the chat. What was I saying?
The gods of the city.
Yeah, like distributed cognition is real. Distributed cognition is necessary. Here, let's play one of Jacob's greatest hits. If I can find it. Where is it? Posts.
Yeah. Well, while you're finding it, I mean,
Yeah.
I think people should look back at some of the, virus-caused diseases, and like look into polio and look into the Salk serum. Look into some of the books Salk wrote. I mean, he wrote some crazy books, like Survival of the Wisest, I think one is called.
Really?
Yeah. There is some, I think, you can find it on Amazon, but it's probably very expensive.
If it's an old book, archive.org should have it for free.
Yeah, I think I found it there.
This is one of the highlights of my life. Chris made this just for me. Propaganda with persuasion and communication, how human beings make decisions, how human beings are influenced by each other to have technological progress in rhetoric. That's what has happened. New psychotechnologies, too many people think they understand human communication. They don't. I hope it's clear to you that the helicopter on the left would never fly. Helicopter on the right would also never fly. These are just scaled down models. We're talking about technology here, and technology has progressed. Mass circulation of books, mass circulation of newspapers, and that allowed for advertising, and then more ways of communication like radio, television, and now internet came into being. Edward Bernays came up with the idea of public relations. Bernays realized in consulting with psychologists, his uncle was Sigmund Freud, and he realized that there is a sexual element, and that cigarettes can be marketed to women as something that is both sexy and that is liberating. It is an incredibly idiotic thing to tell someone to think for themselves. Secure our distributed cognition through awareness, transparency, and accountability. I did not do saving throws, although I probably should have. Propaganda with propaganda, propaganda with propaganda, propaganda with propaganda, propaganda with This is a nuclear bomb going on. Propaganda with you cannot think for yourself. Think for yourself. Think for yourself. Anyone who tells you to think for yourself is your enemy. You should not think for yourself. Our understanding of ourselves and our world is not contained in our own skin. We as human beings have distributed cognition. I am not saying you should not think. You should think not just for yourself. You should think for others, and you should help others think for you, and you should ask others to think. You cannot think for yourself. It is an idiotic thing to say, think for yourself. If you are thinking for yourself, you have decided that you want to field an army of one in a battle royale where there are people with large armies. That's not going to go well for you. Do not think for yourself. Think for yourself. All cognition is in some part outsourced. If you think that you are thinking just for yourself, that you are not influenced by anyone else, you're just being silly and stupid.
Yeah. So you would like, but where do we find like, where do we seek out our experts?
So, rule number 1 on my Discord is, and thank you for walking me through Jacob's greatest hits. We have to do this every once in a while. We're all here because we see a lot of not only incompetence, but downright corruption. It is eating away at our society. People are justifiably distrustful. I hope it is perfectly clear that I am just as much worried about corrupt and negligent administration of power as everyone else here. But the solution is not to stop trying to find trustworthy people. It is to secure our distributed cognition, to earn each other's trust and extend that trust in competent ways. So my project is secured distributed cognition. And yes, it's difficult. I can't say that I have been able to find the answer to how to properly secure distributed cognition, but I do believe it is necessary. And part of that is extending trust to others in a competent manner.
Yeah. But I listened to the stream you had on Friday with I think his name was Mark, like the uneducated philosopher handle.
Yes,
was one of them. Mm-hmm. And you talked about the USS Liberty.
Yes.
And like, people who talk about that excessively usually are, Judeophobes.
Yeah. Judeophobe is a good way of putting it. Yes.
Yeah. I kind of like that term better. I think it's more descriptive.
I mean, I don't know if I think a lot of them are afraid of Jews. The reason I keep on using the term anti-Semite is because when you play the game of changing terms, like, anti-Semitism means what it does, and people who want to play word games, like, I have zero, like, dude. So this is my example. I really, really dislike when people talk about the Armenian genocide not being an actual genocide, it being ethnic cleansing. It's actually true that Armenian genocide was ethnic cleansing. It wasn't a genocide. But vast majority of people don't know and don't care about the difference, right? And so, like, splitting that hair only matters if you actually know the difference and care about the difference, right? Otherwise, you're playing a game of semantics. And I don't like playing semantic games. So if people don't want to use anti-Semite, whatever, I don't care. But that is the most common term for somebody who just hates Jews. Carl,
Yeah.
can you hear us, Carl?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you been on before?
Never been on. I've
Why?
typed a lot. I've typed a lot in the chat before.
I think yeah.
Lego
So
story.
how are you?
Doing good, Jacob. Doing good. Listen, this is my first. I feel like it's an interview. I should wear a suit or something.
Hey, when it's your first time, I mean, we do have to kind of initiate you. So
Go
who
ahead.
are you, Carl? What are you
I'm
doing
Carl.
here?
I'm from Austin, Texas. I don't know. What's it called? You probably know a lot of people like this who went through the what do you call it? The Jordan Peterson Pajot pipeline. Have you heard that phrase before? Yeah.
Yes,
And
very much.
yeah, so yeah, there's a person like you know, who enjoys these kind of dialogues and like found a lot of truth in them, a lot of what do you call it? Good things to talk about. So
Nice.
yeah, I saw some of your Father Stephen Young videos, and I really like that content a lot. I feel as if in the same way that like Jonathan Pajot was like a door for people to leave the scientism into like genuine faith. Jordan Peterson was like a door for that, and then Jonathan Pajot was another door. I felt like that listening to you and Father Stephen talk was another door open because I've never heard of real, and maybe this is just my ignorance, and you can probably tell me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard of like a lot of Jewish, how do you describe it, dialogue with Christians
Yeah,
in,
so
in such a loving way.
we generally avoid it for very good reason. Some people will accuse me of evangelizing, which is against my religion, and I hope that I'm not doing it. And frankly, for many reasons, including people tell me that I'm increasing anti-Semitism with the type of open discussions that I have. I hope they're wrong. I don't know for 100% sure that they are wrong. So there's plenty of reason not to engage in the type of conversations that I do. But you are definitely correct that this what's going on my channel is not very common.
Has Kezi or Yosef ever talked to you about that?
Yeah, we talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had like a stream called Juice Chatting,
Yeah.
where they
Yeah.
have like an internal dialogue
Oh,
about
really?
this stuff, I guess.
Yeah, we have a continual dialogue. So yes, one of the things I try to hammer into people is, in order to have a channel like mine, you have to spend more time working on it off the channel than you do. It's not like I can just sit here and yeah, it can be. Yeah.
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 I gotta figure out how to mute myself. I have a cough on. Yeah, so aside of a secondary interest too is I think why these conversations are so interesting too is you know, again, a lot of people in that like scientific worldview, they want to look at like the, how do you describe it, the beginning of things, the basis of things, the purpose of things, you know. And like when I first started reading the Bible at all, I started reading Genesis. I figured like that if there's ever a starting point, obviously it's the beginning. So I figured I started reading there, and then like I kept hearing what do you call it, other people's conversations, and I went further. But uh, even now today, I still read the Old Testament as much as I can. I find the Old Testament a lot easier to read sometimes than the New Testament because in my Orthodox faith, I genuinely feel like sometimes the Gospels are too bright for me. They're too bright, and I'm not able to fully comprehend them. And So sometimes it's nice to read through the history of whatever happened to King David. You know, so it's like I'm not forced to be. I'm not. I don't, it doesn't feel like a. You know, and maybe this is probably just me speaking. Other people probably have a different. You know, oh, I can read the gospel fine, but like for me, they could be kind of bright. So
So I didn't come up with this, but I very much agree with it. Think of the Bible not as a book, but as a library. And just like you wouldn't go into a library and go, oh, I will start at the beginning. I don't think, I mean, Genesis is nice,
yeah.
and I recommend Genesis, but I think you need to look at the library the Bible as a library with different types of books and different things for different times in it, and approach it like that and take what you need at that time.
So
And there's
I'm
a time for war and a time for peace.
So who's Corax? I don't see him on his name.
Corax, that's me.
Well, like, who are you? Like, are you in reference to Jacob?
Yeah, who are you, Corax?
Just a Norwegian guy, you know.
I heard the
Just
accent.
try- Oh yeah, you recognize it?
Mhm.
I kind of try to hide it as much as possible, but yeah, I do sound very Scandinavian, unfortunately. Sound like a hick. Yeah, I just try to figure out what's going on, really. Like, yeah, Jacob talks about distributed cognition, and I just try to seek out some people who have some clues or want to find out what's going on in the world.
Talked a lot about that.
Hmm?
I think you know John Vervaeke. I think we talked a lot about that.
John Vervaeke, yeah, he's the guy I got the term distributed cognition from. Yeah,
It's interesting, like being on this thing because like I've never like I don't know how to describe it. Like I've never had to actually talk about these things. I've always kind of like passively listened to watch John Vervaeke videos for a couple years, like a year, and then watch John Pizzo videos for a year. It's another thing to actually like kind of articulate your thoughts or what your own perspective is on these things too.
But I'm kind of interested in pipelines. Like you talked about, and a lot of people in the space seems to end up here from Jordan Peterson, and then they go to Peugeot or something.
Yeah, then they watch like the modern Jordan Peterson like political takes, and they're like, "Oh, you came in from that guy? That's who you're from?" And I'm like, "No, he used to be a psychology teacher, you know." And then I think what happened, I think money got to him. I think he got too rich with his words.
Yeah,
so
but
he started talking too much.
Yeah, but it seems like
hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it seems like a lot of right-wing people, they were a fan of Peterson in up until like 2018 or something.
Yeah.
And when he did like I can't do it, if you remember that, they kind of yeah.
I remember the famous discussions. There was him with that British news reporter. I forget her name.
Yeah. Yeah, where they talked about the pay gap or something.
Yeah, something like that. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, no. I'm talking a little more about really right wing stuff. Like when he was on the stage, someone talked to him about the Solzhenitsyn book called 200 Years Together.
Okay.
Which is Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he after he wrote the Gulag Archipelago, he wrote a book called 200 Years Together, which is about Jewish and Russian relations.
Really?
Which is his most controversial book, I think. I don't think it's
Have you read it?
been. I've read brief sections. It's online. I don't think it has been translated to English.
Yeah, I basically bought every book Peterson recommended, and then I realized how hard they were, and like probably got like 20 pages. I think
Yeah.
the most I read from him was probably Carl Jung. I read Ion, which I thought was really interesting.
Oh,
Recently,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. Some of the Carl Jung seems. Looking at some of the stuff he was into, I'm hesitant to delve deep into the Jungian stuff. He seems kind of like a crazy guy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I heard stories that he used to like wear like a lion's head and do some sort of weird.
Yeah,
What's-
Gnosticism.
What's that British guy? The British. He's like a magician. He was Gnostic.
Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley. Yeah, he'd do some Aleister Crowley type stuff.
Yeah, I think he was into Gnosticism and like channeling like the archetype of a people.
Guys,
Like,
I can leave you guys talking. I need to do something for like 10-15 minutes. So it's up to you. Do you guys want to chat while I'm gone?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mind.
Have fun.
Yeah. So Jung, there's a book about him, not written by him, called The Aryan Christ. If I don't remember. Yeah.
I
So
remember part of the ritual is like he'd wear this lion's head and he'd call himself Jesus or something.
yeah, and I think the lion's head is lifted from some of the Gnostic writings. I think it's called Yaldabaoth or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yaldabaoth. You can probably find it in the Wikipedia page under Gnosticism, and it's basically like it's like a lion's head on top of a serpent or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Gnosticism. I had like a Gnostic phase, like not consciously, but
You had a Gnostic phase.
I mean, the basic idea is like the world is evil, right? That the God that created this world is not a good, benevolent
Like
God.
there's like reading Gnosticism and there's like doing out these weird rituals. And I feel like, man, engaging in that kind of stuff like requires a certain submission of your will. That's like, yeah, it feels more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like some of the people that do engage in those rituals, like Crowley, like when you look into their eyes, it seems like it's not good for them, And yeah, like I'm kind of psyched about alien stuff, or not psyched about it, but interested in like how they come into I'm interested in tying these narratives together. And when you look at some of the drawings Crowley made, I think you can find this on his Wikipedia page too. One of the drawings looks very much like the classic gray alien.
There's a really interesting book. I don't know if I recommend it because it is kind of, it opens your eyes almost probably too much. It's called Orthodoxy and Religion in the Future. It was written by his name is Father Seraphim Rose. But one of the things he talks about the alien phenomena, and he brings some really really interesting questions into the whole narrative of aliens. And he's not his conclusion is not that aliens don't exist or that like people are just making this up to make money or something. Like he talks about how this is like actually a spiritual phenomenon. And some of the things he brings up, it's actually like kind of it really makes you think. Like he said that what do you call it? It's interesting how these are supposed to be such technically advanced beings, but in most people's stories in which they encounter aliens somehow, it's like a crashed ship. There's a crashed ship, so they seem to be super advanced beings, but they crash the ship all the time.
Yeah.
So it's, and then there's the what's it called? I've watched Pajot talk about aliens too, so some of that thinking is in my head too. But he brought
Yeah.
up that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Spielberg recently made that movie, right?
Oh yeah, Disclosure. Did you watch the
Yeah.
Pajot talk about it?
No, I didn't watch Peugeot in particular. I watched some other people though, and it seems like it kind of feeds into like it seems like an emerging narrative that's been building for like really building up for like the last 5 years. Right in the beginning of this stream, Jacob showed like this unclassified report about UFOs, and now they have renamed it UAPs, WAPs.
Yeah.
So there seems to be a lot of interest building in it in like official channels, like military industrial complex, like Pentagon, and also like it seems more celebrities are also moving into this space. If for example, what was his name? The Blink 182 band. The guitar player there, he got involved with some organization, basically saying, yeah, we believe aliens are real, and we're writing a bunch of fiction to kind of plant the seeds, of aliens existing. I think it's called To the Stars Academy. So that's a really I'm not sure if Blink 182 was a big band for you growing up, but yeah. So those guys kind of command respect of a lot of the kids that grew up listening to that music.
Yeah.
So when he is kind of involved in these organizations, and it's not only him, it's not just the guitar player and some musicians, it seems like he has a lot of scientists and even some intelligence people mixed in.
I think one of the interesting things is that he talked about in his book was it can't be made up phenomena because of the way that it's kind of one of the interesting things about, if you look at I think there were some physics studies or math studies where a scientist, for example, in the UK would come up with some invention or create or come up with some sort of revolutionary new way of understanding math, and in the exact same time in America they come up with the exact same report, and they both submit at the same time, and there's a conflict, and they accuse each other of cheating off each other's paper and subversion. And it turns out, just naturally speaking, they both just produced the same work at the same time. This a similar kind of phenomena. It seems like happened with like the whole alien phenomena, where it happened in America. People were having these sightings, were being abducted, all this stuff, and we're having similar stories. But at the same time, in Europe, people were also seeing alien sightings at the same time, and they're again having very similar stories. So so yeah, it was interesting that it kind of points to something greater happening than just it being a figment of people's imagination.
Yeah, like that it comes from the Noetic realm or something.
Yeah. hmm Um, yeah, and then like also
Yeah.
the way the CIA uses alien disclosure stuff so frequently. Like I remember like how crazy it was. Like there was like some huge political scandal happening, and I remember like the news was just blipping aliens discovered, aliens found, revealing evidence today at 3 p.m. And it seemed, and like I saw like this, definitely a CIA agent like going up in front of Congress and explaining this sighting that's been happening, and they're unveiling all these documents, and it's like I think that's part of the deception too, is the government will use these things to distract people.
Yeah, yeah. There's been some similar types of thoughts in the YouTube chat I've seen. That it is a distraction, and maybe it's a distraction that we're even talking about it. But yeah, I mean, personally, if there was to come like a flying saucer to my town in the next few days, I wouldn't bother going down there. I would, and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if my family wanted to go down there and see, I would try to convince them not to show up. Not that I think that is going to happen, but
I have a question.
uh,
Did you watch Denmark versus Sweden?
what did you call it?
Did you watch Denmark versus Sweden,
No.
the World Cup game?
Oh no, no. I don't watch football and stuff like that.
Sorry to derail the conversation, but I was curious to hear what you had to say because I watched it. And it was amazing.
Well, yeah. What was it? Was
No,
it about? Did they talk about aliens or was it just
uh,
football?
well, there definitely was a new age spirit going on in some of the World Cup advertisements. I found it really interesting actually. Like, man, people have completely abandoned the faith they once had, and like they are actively like going against it, and it just like made me sad. Like the fact that like how widespread it is. Like one of the major Denmark players, basically the advertisement was like for meditation, and like he was sitting crisscross. The Denmark player was like sitting crisscross, and they're making the noises and stuff. And I was like, man, Europe used to pray. They used to just pray when they need help with their match or help focusing. I don't know. It kind of made me
Yeah.
sad to see that.
I mean, European Christendom has been in a kind of state of rebellion at least since the Reformation.
Mhm.
And certainly America. I mean, there's a lot of different denominations.
Yeah, I don't
And
blame them honestly. I don't blame them for like having, because if you like if the question arises like you have to go to a church, like you're forced to go to a church because you need faith, and then you're forced to go to one of these places where there's been stacks and stacks and stacks of inventions and new ideas and new theology and new ways of practicing and new beliefs. It actually could be less harmful on that individual person to like not go to these places where there's maybe even more of a perversion of the genuine faith that I was talking about.
yeah, I mean, it seems like, but one of the interesting developments is at least like the new atheism phase has phased out.
Oh yeah,
Like people like Sam Harris
yeah,
it seems like they're less popular nowadays, and people look into more spiritual stuff. And
I think part of it too is like Sam Harris. He does meditation. Like he'll sit for 3 hours and meditate for as long as he can and try to stop his brain from having thoughts. I'm like, the Hindus do that. The Hindus do that, and other the what do you call it? The Zen Buddhists do that. So in what
Yeah.
way? In what way is what's his name? You said Sam Harris. In what way is Sam Harris an atheist if he's doing explicitly religious things? You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's more influenced by that stuff than he lets on. He calls himself an atheist, but there's a lot of practices from the East that he kind of incorporates.
And I don't think he recognizes the fact that he's using what I would call inferior psychotechnology. Like, there's a reason why prayer in the West has taken over instead of meditation. And I think there's a reason why the West is better than, and I think it is better than the East. And so when you go to transcendental meditation, yeah, go ahead and take the best parts of it, sure. But I do think it is inferior technology.
Do you mean meditation is inferior? What are you saying?
I mean, I think prayer has the same function and works better for like genuine liturgical prayer. I think works better, and that's why I think actually Sam Harris has kind of lost his mind, because he's using bad technology.
You know, he's in the whole science like area, and I think part of it is like they're doing scientific studies on meditation, because that's like kind of the most milquetoast thing you can study as a scientist. You know, you wouldn't have a scientist come into like an Orthodox Jewish service or an Orthodox Christian service and like do a scientific study about like during the service about what's going on. Like that wouldn't make any sense for a scientist to could do that. I think part of meditation like is a religious act, but it has no narrative whatsoever. There's no narrative invoked. There's no God being spoken of. There's no Bible attached to it. And so
it's
like
not aligning you to something, the good, the true, and the beautiful. Yeah. That's why I think it's inferior technology.
Yeah. I think part of the danger of it too is like I watched a video, and I'm not sure this is so healthy, but I watched a video about these hermits in China and the kind of meditation stuff they were doing. And like, I think if you were born in China and you wanted to, and you had a longing for connection with the creator God, and you're surrounded by Buddhist temples, I think honestly, like in that context where you have never heard anything about the Bible or Christianity or anything like that, in that context, it makes sense to go to the place where people say God lives or God exists, or in whatever way they say it, you know? But I think it's another thing when you have someone in the West who grew up in some sort of Christian church or some sort of church, whatever, where they had the scriptures, where they had looked at the Psalter before, where they read Genesis, and then to go to that pagan context and say, no, I hate all that. I'm going to turn to this instead. And they actually can't turn to it as much as they wish they could, right? Because they're not that Chinese person born in China, right? They're a Western man trying to take on this Buddhist faculty. Does that make sense?
Right. I 100% agree with you. I think it gets down to did you listen to Father Stephen and Gavin Ortlund talking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And when Gavin Ortlund says to him, well, would you say that I'm more of a brother than a Buddhist? Father Stephen's answer is kind of like, well, I would actually say you're kind of less of a brother than a Buddhist, because you have all of this right? You have the Bible, and yet you believe in these things, which, I mean, I would call abominable as well, right? And yeah, I look. The psalm says, "God is close to all who call upon Him in truth," and I believe that. But like, and frankly, I mean, Sam Harris grew up in Reform Judaism, and in many ways, I think Reform Judaism is even worse than Buddhism or Hinduism, right? Uh, but I mean, I can't judge his journey and what God is doing in his life, but I certainly think his transcendental meditation is part of what allows him to sometimes say some things which I find really ridiculous, including his Trump derangement syndrome. Because he's, as opposed to doing what prayer does, which is looking outside of yourself towards something greater, it's somewhat solipsistic, I would say.
You know, I wonder if that has anything to do with. You know, I haven't traveled over the country. I haven't traveled to China. I'm sure these places are not as clean and beautiful as part of my imagination of them would be. But it seems that in the West and in America, like lawless behavior is like much stronger. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. And
You got it backwards.
Really?
Yeah. So what a lot of people who have, I haven't been to India, but what a lot of people who've been to India have told me, and from what I have seen, like, there are senses in which, you know, East Asia has more order, but there's a reason why there's so much tentacle porn in anime. There's a reason, like, when you go to India, temple prostitution is a very real thing.
That's
Still,
such a sad reality, man. That is a really sad reality.
there are over 500,000 what are called hijra in India. These are men who have castrated themselves in the most painful ways.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there is a reason why I am such a West chauvinist. Like, I have seen how shithole the rest of the world is, and how horrible humanity can be in ways that a lot of people with a default Christianity just don't recognize. And even, like, I mean, I'm sure Korax has seen more of his fair share of people who imagine themselves to be neo pagans in the West.
Yeah.
Like, these people have no clue what paganism was like.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of these new Odinist types. It's basically just I don't know what they're trying to do. It seems like they kind of want to disengage from a lot of things, and they look back to what seems like a glorious past, and it seems like a lot of them think when Norway was christened, it was kind of a power. It was just a political ploy. It was just to centralize power, basically.
It was so funny. I went to Iceland with my wife for our honeymoon, and it was so funny. Like on the plane, like all those characters that want to go dress up and play Odin are on the plane. It's just like it was really funny. Like, yeah.
Yeah, kind of a LARPy thing.
Yeah.
And then you have like the really hardcore guys they they end up being Nazis, and because they're I mean there's kind of a link. I mean, if you look at some of old Viking stuff, you can find swastikas and stuff, like in old swords. So it kind of ties into like like a whole pan-European thing. That's not. It is like a Nordic paganism, but it ties up
Do you,
to
do you think there
other.
is existing Nordic paganism today? Like, in any
Yeah,
general
people that basically turn into Hitlerists. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's that common, but I think it's a pipeline, definitely. I mean, if you read some of what Hitler wrote, he talks about the All Father, and that's Odin.
Yeah.
Not to, I mean, there's discussion about what he really believed, and I think he was kind of a confused individual, actually.
Some people like I don't know, like I wonder what his Christian faith was, but I saw like a video of him one time like walking into a church and praying. But then I've also seen like there were like Hitlerized churches where they had replaced all the Christian symbols with Nazi flags, and I was like, I wonder what it was like for him. I don't know. I wonder if he did believe in the God of the Bible, or it was just another power tool.
I think he railed pretty excessively against the God of the Old Testament. I think all the top Nazis did.
I think they were somewhat neo-pagans, but they were Christian neo-pagans in the sense that they were flipping Christianity on its head. I think they read way too much Nietzsche and misunderstood him.
Yeah.
I mean, like some of the movements basically incorporated the swastika instead of like on top of the cross. I don't remember the exact logo, but like I think it's called the German Christians. So I think, and this is kind of interesting because it kind of ties into some of your views on Paul. From what I remember, like the chief ideologue in the Reich, I think his name was Rosenberg. He was very, very he railed against Paul very much.
Yeah, so positive Christianity, which is a funny thing to look into, had this belief that Paul was a Jew and Jesus wasn't. And so they were going about trying to de-Judify. Like it was a weird Marcionism where Paul was the problem. Like this is what you can always like. How do you figure out whether something is anti-Semitism as opposed to like a sensible anti-Judaism? Like, look, if you're a Christian and you don't believe in Judaism, you don't believe in Judaism. That's fine, right? But like, you can tell when people are saying crazy and stupid things when like it's so incoherent, and like you just need to draw them out on their incoherence, and that's part of the reason why, going back to earlier in this discussion, I think censorship like really causes these types of bigotries to fester, because you don't actually get, like we were talking about the USS Liberty on Friday, and I hadn't even thought of the fact, the Arab armies didn't have any air forces, so how could it be a false flag attack, right? And Yoav just jumps on and he like asks that question. It's like, oh yeah, that completely blows that theory away, as at least as far as I'm concerned. But when you don't get to talk about it, when you don't get like people and so a lot of this, like a lot of the stuff that the Nazis believed, it's just incoherent stupidity. That's why I used to try very hard to get people, and I still do, to read Mein Kampf. Like, go ahead and read it. Like, if after you read it you're convinced, I'm sorry, you're just stupid. Like, what am I gonna do with you?
Yeah, I
That's
probably need to read it because it's probably it's probably just to figure out what was going on, just to read some of the source material. But like all the
It's not that
warlords.
interesting. I've read it twice. It really like, and he sounds like a raving lunatic to me.
Jacob, what do you think? What do you think of Pajot talking about the end of the World War II consensus and how like he was analyzing what's his name, Kanye West's music, and how he was like saying there might be like a rise of like totalitarianism again, and that it's kind of lingering in people's minds of like the pendulum swinging way back, and yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that a lot of people listen to Pajot and hear what they want to hear. Like, you read the comments and you kind of see how that can be, and I've actually discussed it with Pajot himself. He's trying to get a particular vision across, which I'm not sure I agree with everything he says. I disagree with a lot of what he says, but like he's a pretty reasonable person, but also I think it's not just him. Like, this is part of when you do psychotherapy. So one of the techniques we use in psychotherapy is we take what the person just said to us and we repeat it back to them in other words. Mm-hmm. And usually you get one of two reactions. One is, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're right. And it's like, well, I didn't actually say I believe it. I'm just repeating what but you don't say that, obviously, right? But like, they don't recognize that you're just repeating, even though you say things like, I'm hearing you say, right? Let me know if I'm understanding you correctly. And then you say what they said back to them in other words, right? But the funniest thing is you say what they just said back to them, and they'll say something like, no, that's not right. And they'll start arguing with themselves and convince themselves of something completely different, right? Psychotherapy, when done right, is exhausting work. There's a reason why psychotherapists become burned out so much. But you learn so much about the other person when you're in that mode. Which is part of the reason I think Jordan Peterson is just so insightful. And one of the things you learn about people is they're oftentimes not talking to you when they're talking to you. Like they're talking to themselves. And when they hear you, they're not actually listening to you. They're trying to figure things out. And those are two different things.
You feel as if Pajot is kind of doing that?
Well, no, I think a lot of people who listen to Pajot, like, they're not actually listening to him. And he knows it. Like, I think when you become a communicator on the level of Pajot, you actually do have something to communicate. And I do think he has something to communicate. It's just, I don't know if even a majority of his audience is actually hearing him. and I would say the same thing about Father Stephen. Like, I keep on saying, somewhat jokingly and somewhat not jokingly, that we did have a UFO conversation, but that was like 2 hours ago. Sorry. Like, I jokingly and somewhat not jokingly say when people understand what Father Stephen is saying, they'll burn him at the stake as a Judaizer, right? Because I think, I mean, I hate to like be the guy who's like, I understand things and everybody else doesn't. I do that too. I've sometimes listened to my conversations to Father Stephen and been like, oh, I completely misunderstood what he said. So like that happens. But I also dare to think that I have better reading and hearing comprehension than most people do. And I pay more attention than a lot of people do. And so a lot of times I am spending a lot of time either trying to get myself understood by individual people or even groups of people, or through the noise, or trying to interpret or convince people not to misunderstand things in ways that I think they are misunderstood. But that's distributed cognition. That's why we do things like have these conversations. That's why I like listening to Pajot or Jordan Peterson as well, because they will actually sometimes be like cutting through the noise and helping me understand things, right?
Can I
It's
ask you, like,
go ahead.
I'm wondering, like, I kind of talked about this point when I first got on. I was saying, like, I like these conversations because I feel like there's a door open where a previously unknown space of Jewish religious thought is now open to the average Western person to understand and talk about. And I wonder, like, given what you did with what you just said, like, do you feel like you fit authentically in that camp? Because that camp was sort of isolated, and now you're kind of
Which
a
camp?
person I don't know. I guess, like, what do you call it? Is Pharisee like is that a bad word? Is that a bad word? Like,
Pharisee is not about, well, so Judaism now is a descendant of what was called Pharisaic Judaism.
Yeah.
The Pharisees themselves called themselves Pharisees, but they were also derisively within the Jewish community called Pharisees, right? So the funny thing is, like, Jesus talking about the Pharisees, unfortunately, I think a lot of Christians don't know enough about Second Temple Judaism to really understand what Jesus was trying to say. And I realize that sounds offensive, and many people will disagree with me about that. But that is seriously what I believe. I feel very strongly like I am part of the Orthodox Jewish community. Now, I am not like a central part, but I'm also not so strange. And Chezi and Yosef definitely are not very strange. Yeah. And like Yoav and Gilad, they are secular Jews, but they're still pretty Jewish, right?
I guess I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself, like, is there a stream of thought within rabbinic Orthodox Judaism that is kind of like, okay, we'll say this to our own people. To our own people, we'll say these words, but to the Gentile, we'll change the words slightly so they don't. You get what I'm saying? Like, kind of like a not compared to, like, not to compare it to like Nazism, but like there's like a hidden knowledge that we have, and then there's like the open thought that will tell the non.
I wouldn't say it's a hidden thought. I think anytime you are a minority culture, especially in a minority culture where you feel that the majority culture is hostile, which for thousands of years the Jewish community felt. There's always a the difference now is people like Chezi and I feel like it is a time for open dialogue, which a lot of Jews disagree with. But at the same time, I have to say, and I seriously believe this, I don't know if you saw my conversation with Ash Mays on Alex Soren.
Yes.
A lot of Jews understand what they think Judaism really believes about Christianity based on what they hear Christians say Jews believe about Christianity, right?
Mm.
So the example I gave is there's I can't even call it a book, called Toldot Yeshu, right?
Okay.
So Toldot Yeshu it means the generations of Jesus, or the life of Jesus, right? And it was basically an underground compilation of stories about Jesus that for hundreds of years was passed around secretly in the Jewish community as contraband. Okay? There are various versions of it. Vast majority of Jews have never seen it, right? I tracked down a version of it to read it. It was absolutely obscene. It's certainly not the type of thing that any rabbi I know would ever own. Okay? And I have never seen an actual physical copy of Toldot Yeshu, even in some sort of library or museum or something like that. Okay? Vast majority of Jews who have heard of Toldot Yeshu have heard of it from Christian polemics, right? There is a famous meme going around of quotes about Christianity in supposedly the Talmud, right? Half of them are completely contrived. The other half, I would say, are completely like taken out of context and like there have been rabbis. There are many rabbis who have written like explanations showing how it's all bullshit. One of the most painful experiences I ever had was I was at a Shabbat table in my own family with a young member of my extended family who was becoming more religious and more serious about his faith by spending time on the internet and on YouTube. For me to discover there are these YouTube rabbis, I'm not sure I even want to say their names, right? Who have large channels that vast majority of the people who watch them aren't Jewish. And this young man in my own family had become convinced that like this stuff, which is coming into the Jewish community by way of like anti-Semitic like things, he thought I was being a squish. He thought that by saying the nice stuff that I say about Christians, right? That, and let's face it, vast majority of people in the Jewish community, like very few rabbis are willing to expend the social capital they have with their young, with the thing to like be like, no, stop hating Christians so much. Let's face it, there's a lot of hate of Christians in the Jewish community, and let's face it, at least some of that is kind of deserved, right? And so I don't know many rabbis who spend a lot of time being like, no, we actually don't hate Christians.
It's kind of like the conversation Ortland had with, I think it was Father Stephen,
Hmm.
where they were talking about that. It's like, why would I, in the middle of a holy synod, discuss? Oh, guys, no, we still do care. Like, we're trying to stop heresy. We're not trying to be ecumenical in this moment. We'll be ecumenical later, but like right now, this is very important what we're talking about.
Right. And look, when a 16-year-old comes and tells you that Gentiles aren't human, right? Well, at least if he really doesn't believe Gentiles aren't human, he's not going to be like he's not going to be marrying a Gentile, right? So like how much time are you going to spend like telling him to calm down?
Sounds nice too. It sounds nice that we're the human ones, and then like we're the special ones.
Right, like I and so here I'll pull up a conversation I had with Rabbi Schneur Burton. Let me find it.
I'm genuinely trying to learn too. Like, I don't know too much. I haven't done too much research. But like the Talmud, for example, is it wrong for a non-Jew to read the Talmud? And how do you explain that? Because, like, for example, like in the spirit of this dialogue, for example, we're able to talk about all these things, and I can right now pull up a verse from Saint John Chrysostom from the 400s. It's not like something I'm hiding as part of I'm wondering, like, is the Talmud like that, where does it have the same spirit of this conversation? Make sense?
Okay, so this is a conversation I had with Rabbi Schneur Burton. Rabbi Schneur Burton is a rabbinic decizer. That is something that is analogous to being a bishop in Orthodox Judaism. Okay.
What's it called again? What's it called?
Here, I'll put a link in the chat. Rabbi Burton, I asked him questions about Jewish beliefs of Jesus, which frankly a lot of people got mad at him for, Jews, because they thought he was speaking too nicely about Christianity and Jesus. Okay, so you can go watch and I actually recommend it. But what he was saying, I don't believe that he would be less likely to say it in a Jewish closed context. In fact, I think he would be more likely to say it in a closed Jewish context than on the internet. Okay? Now, as far as the Talmud, this is Sepharia.org. One of the most interesting experiences I ever had was being at Lords of Spirits convention, and Bishop Alexander Golitsyn of the OCA was teaching everybody at the conference, many of whom were priests and deacons in the Orthodox Church, how to use Sepharia. Sepharia for absolutely free, right? So, did my thing freeze? Let me try this again. Okay, so Sepharia, right here is Talmud. You click on it. It has the entire Babylonian Talmud with English translation available for free. You click on Jerusalem. It has the entire Jerusalem Talmud with English translation on for free. What I can say is that we actually do believe that it is spiritually harmful for women and Gentiles to study Talmud. Does that mean reading it is forbidden? No. But we believe that Talmudic study is an actual spiritual practice that is reserved to Jewish men. Okay? And so I'm not going to stop you. I don't recommend it. And I think it will be spiritually harmful. I don't think it'll be spiritually harmful because the information in there is bad, etc. I think it's spiritually harmful partially because this is my tradition. And just like you would believe that it's spiritually harmful for me as an unbaptized non-Christian to go up to the communion rail and take communion, right? Not because it's secret, not because it's poison, not because you made it out of babies, right? But because you believe that there is a spiritual harm there. I believe there's a similar spiritual harm, right? And part of the reason I believe there's a spiritual harm, even though I have a Talmud on Sundays usually, Donnie and I do we didn't do it this week, we did do it last week. There's a whole series on Talmud Sanhedrin where we're studying Talmud, and you can go ahead and listen to us studying Talmud. And the fact is, like, the entirety of the Talmud, like, there are enough YouTube, like, you can get the entirety of Talmud on YouTube. It's not some sort of secret thing. Now, I do have to say, we do have esoteric things which we treat much like Orthodox Christians treat the Philokalia, which we would say, I personally don't delve into those things pretty much ever, right? You're expected to have certain preparation, right? But ultimately, is Judaism an esoteric religion? Yes, it is, because we believe that there are certain things, in the same way as Father Stephen talks about the Apocrypha, there are certain things that are not for public consumption, they're for private consumption. We do have those beliefs, but it's not like the Talmud is hidden. It really isn't. At the same time, when you look at throughout Christian history, like, trials of the Talmud have happened. There have been forced disputations, etc. There's a whole history there, right? But, like, yeah, if like Don says, you can read the entire thing in English. The thing is also incredibly long. Like, the Talmud
It's like a book.
would take up my entire bookcase if I had a set of Talmud in English. Okay? And, like, so what you usually get online is a few lines out of something that is incredibly long. Let me just catch up a little on the things that the Talmud isn't hitting yet. Jacob, would it be unusual for a Jew to study Talmud by himself, or is it usually done in pairs or groups? It is supposed to be done in pairs. It is often done in groups. Somebody who has learned how to learn will generally look over it and repeat, oftentimes by themselves, their review their learning. But it is very, very unusual for somebody to pick up a Talmud to study for the first time. Usually you're expected to spend several years in a yeshiva setting learning how to learn Talmud in order to start learning Talmud. I think Jordan does a better job communicating his ideas than Pajot. I agree with that from what I've seen. Maybe it's because Pajot's ideas are harder to explain than Jordan's, or maybe he's just less clear. I think it's a very different type of communication. There's when you're talking about symbolism and semiotics, there is an aspect of it where there's the death of the artist, right? Just if you watch Grim Grizz, I don't think Grim understands everything that he puts in his own messages. And he said that to me, and I've said that to him many times. Right? There can be, like, especially with art, there can be meaning that an artist puts into artwork that he himself could not derive out of it. Did I answer your questions at all?
You're saying to me?
Yeah.
I just feel like it's one of the things I have to do more research on because, like you said, like your family member who had read the online Christian content and said, "Oh, Jews hate Christians." I probably have been exposed to some of that, and I'm not. I'll tell you immediately, I'm not gonna just knee jerk say everything they're saying is right or everything you're saying is right. But I do wonder. I do wonder why would I don't think when these polemical type Christian people are talking, I don't think they're trying to like sell me something or like I wonder what like maybe it's what you're saying where they're being harmed and they're being irate about something they just truly don't understand.
So
I wonder why they have this energy. Why would they want to say the opposite of what it says?
Well, okay. So vast majority of people who bring up the Talmud with me, when I tell them, okay, let's look up the Talmud, go ahead, pull it up.
Yeah.
Right? They wouldn't know where to find it.
Yeah.
They tend to be looking at second, third, fourth hand information. And they're like the meme that is the most common. Here, let me actually see if I can find the here. Yeah, here it is. So this is a very common meme. I just put in Talmud quotes in whatchamacallit, and here it is. Okay. Now, let me make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? Let me see if I can open the image in a different tab.
So these are like the less flattering, I guess.
These are this is the meme where the people who hate, like, who want to show Jews are bad, right? Like this is what they bring up. Okay. Masachet Sofrim. So it says Sofrim 15, right? Sofrim isn't actually in the Talmud. It's printed in our modern day Talmuds. It's not part of the Talmud. And I mean, we could go, like, there are so many people debunking this exact thing. Vast majority of people who are posting this meme would never know where to find Sofrim and would never be able to find this. Yevamot 98a, yes, it is actually there, and no, that's not what it says in context. Baba Metzia 114b, that is also in the Talmud, again, out of context. Gad Shas, I have no freaking clue what that is. I would not be able to find Gad Shas, and if I can't find it, I don't know who would. I have no clue what that is. Avodah Zarah 36b, yes, that is actual quote. We can go over it. That's not what it says. Sanhedrin 54b, yes, there's a reason why I'm going through Sanhedrin. That's not what it says. Whatever. Evan HaEzer 6.9. Evan HaEzer is not in the Talmud. It's a part of the Shulchan Aruch. And no, it doesn't say that. Sanhedrin 58b, again, part of the Talmud, doesn't say that. Sanhedrin 57a, again, part of the Talmud, doesn't say that. Tosfot Yevamot 84b, the Tosfot is not part of the Talmud, and Tosfot is not in form of 84b. So I'm not exactly sure where they get this, but whatever. Baba Metzia 24a, yes, that's in the Talmud, doesn't say this. Avodah Zarah 22a through 22b, yes, Talmud, doesn't say this. Baba Kama 113a, yes, Talmud, not. Sanhedrin 19, doesn't say A or B. No, it doesn't say that. But Libre David, I've heard that it's a commentary somewhere. I wouldn't know where to find it. Not in the Talmud. Ketubot, yes. Bamidbar Rabbah, C21. Not in the Talmud. Bamidbar Rabbah is the Midrash. I probably could find this. Like, all of these have actually been a thing. Hilchot must be Hilchot, but whatever. Hikot Akum X1. No idea where possibly maybe it's from Maimonides. Like, all of these have been debunked. Avodah Zarah, yes Talmud. Sanhedrin, misspelled, yes Talmud. Tosefta, again, not from the Talmud. And volume 111.5, what? No idea. Simeon Hadarshan, folio 56D, no idea where to find Simeon Hadarshan. Certainly not in the Talmud. Midrash Talpiot. I don't know what the Midrash Talpiot is, but it's Midrash. It's not in the Talmud. Shulchan Aruch, Choshen Mishpat. Again, not in the Talmud. Shulchan Aruch, Choshen Mishpat again, not in the Talmud. Like, this gets passed around a lot. Right? Okay, so
Yeah, this is from,
Hieronymus actually knows these. These have been debunked so many times.
And this is from an X post or something?
Yeah. This image, like, if you're a Jew, you've seen this image once a month for all of your entire life. Yeah, Rabbi Gil student went through. Lots of people have gone through most of it. A few of them are fabrications from books that don't exist. Okay, not a real, like, yeah.
I'm curious, are there subpopulations within Judaism that do hold to those texts?
That hold what?
Are there subpopulations within Judaism that do hold to those texts, that do believe those things, that do think Christians and other, Gentiles are non-human? I agree that most Jewish people probably don't believe that. Your average Jew probably doesn't believe these things, probably doesn't have that kind of attitude. But do people like that exist?
I'm sure there are. I mean, just like you
I've
have
heard
weird Protestant sects who have all kinds of weird beliefs.
Like, I've heard stories of, like, priests going to Jerusalem and, like, getting spit on and stuff.
Oh yeah, priests in Jerusalem get spit on a lot. Unfortunately, that happens. I don't condone it. It happens.
So what group are these people part of to do that?
They tend to be okay. So this is the thing. You have to distinguish between folk religion and what the rabbis actually teach, right? So they're spitting as a priest passes you has become a kind of tradition for hundreds of years among Jews. Not on the priest himself, but like, this is something that developed over the past 500 years in Eastern Europe, and it's not going away anytime soon. And it comes from a general belief that a lot of people have, which is that that the priests, because they're wearing a cross, that it's an idol passing by you. Many Jews will actually spit as they if they pass by a church. They usually avoid going past churches, right? That's I would not in any way equate that with you should hate Christians, right? But yeah, there's a lot of antipathy that's built up in the Jewish community against Christians and Christianity over the past 2,000 years, right? And I don't deny it at all. And in folk religion, it's a lot worse, right? So one of the famous stories, and I keep on telling this story because it's a famous story that rabbis tell, right? And oftentimes it's told about the wrong person, but I actually went and checked. Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky, somebody who is very widely respected in Orthodox Judaism. He died in the 1980s. in New York, when his family was mourning, two nuns apparently came to give their condolences, because when Rabbi Kamenetsky, who is like basically a saint in Judaism, was would go about his day every morning, he would actually say hello nicely to these nuns every morning, and it was very, very different from how most people treated them, right? And this is a commonly told saint story in the Orthodox Jewish community, to kind of be like, okay, like this is how you should actually treat nuns and priests, etc., right? And in Orthodox Judaism, actually smiling and nicely saying hello to a nun for a Jewish male, because in Orthodox Jewish community, like the in the sex separation is absolute, and in the Orthodox Jewish community, men and women don't say hello as they pass each other, right? So like this, it's not like, oh, be nice to the nuns but not the priests. It's actually more of be nice even to the nuns, because in an Orthodox Jewish context, like you're not supposed to say hello as you pass a woman, regardless, right? But these are things that happen in the Jewish community, which I take 100% responsibility for, and I am sorry, and I wish didn't happen. At the same time, it's not like it's something that we teach people. It's more a remnant of thousands of years of Jews and Christians living together, and not actually. And there are certain things which, I will tell you about, which are incredibly sad. For example, there are many communities, including the Chabad community, which on the night of Christmas, they literally hide. They literally go into their homes and they hide, because it's become a tradition over the past 300 years, that it developed 300 years ago, and people keep it because guess what? There was a really good reason as Jews to hide on Christmas Eve, right? And
Were there any big pogroms?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was a normal thing. So like a lot of Eastern European Jewish communities developed a custom of, we don't have synagogue services on Christmas Eve. We don't have any events. We don't have weddings. We don't have anything. You just go home and you spend you spend the night with your family. You don't go to the synagogue. You don't gather, right? And it's really sad.
What was the reason behind it? Maybe I missed it. What was the reason behind that?
Oh, the pogroms. That what would happen is people would go to midnight mass, and on their way there to midnight mass or from midnight mass, they would beat up the Jews. So, yeah, like it comes from a history of horrible things between communities, etc. Right? Yeah. Like you have to realize we have thousands of years of history between us, and some of it was really, really bad. Right?
Yeah, I see. Like, I hate to. I tell you, it does make me sad when I see you go on a live stream with a bunch of people, and I see in the comments like saying, "Get this Jew out of here! Get this Jew out of here! How could he be talking? Or who's it?" And it's like, man, like if you guys have heard Jacob, like he's a good guy. Like why are you guys attacking him? He doesn't even like. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an echo chamber. A lot of these Ortho Bro channels now.
And a lot of them have never actually talked to a Jew or met a Jew or like this is the thing. There are 15 million Jews in the world, right? About 2 million of us are religious Jews. Most Jews are not religious. there are 2 billion Christians in the world, right? That's a 1,000 to 1, right? Ratio. And we tend to live in a few places in the world, right? Half of all Jews live in Israel, right? And a bunch of us live in New York, and a bunch of us live in Los Angeles, and not a lot of other Jews living, certainly not in Russia, and not in Germany, and not in a lot of places, right? So, like, and it doesn't help that we are very insular and we keep to ourselves, but you also have to realize there's a reason we keep to ourselves. And I believe that it is a time when we can try to mend bridges and have better understanding. But also it is, I mean, we look at Isaiah 53 and we see that as being Israel. And we do believe that, you know, we should go silently as lambs to the slaughter to some extent. And we shouldn't open our mouths. And like, there are definitely a lot of people who disagree with me engaging with Christians as much as I do. And they will say things like, you're just increasing anti-Semitism when you say these things.
Say what? About
Anything. Like, it's best, just don't talk to the Christians. Just to have nothing to do with them. Leave them alone.
Yeah, one example is Jacob's streams on Paul, for example, or on the Trinity.
Well,
like
I mean,
when some
It does say
Christians.
some inflammatory things about Paul.
Huh?
Hey,
But you know what? Like, I feel like I should be able to take that. I should be able to take that. Like, can I tell you something? Like, it's one of the most like heart wrenching stories for me. Is like I love Saint Paul so much. I'll just say it. I love Saint Paul. When I hear him speak in the epistles, he speaks out of so much love for the people he's talking to. You know, people love to interpret it, and like they say, like, oh, you know, Saint Paul is making a theological decree, and he's like trying to establish doctrine in his epistle. Maybe there's doctrine there. He's writing to his people because often they're being persecuted, and he's trying to encourage them. And so I find some of his words so encouraging and so like loving in his language. And then it was so sad for me that I heard that I think it was an Acts or something that people used to call him the abortion. They used to look at him. They used to look at Saint Paul. He was this bald man, probably. I think he was like. I think probably seen, there's a place where he's described. A book he's described. He's like a 5 foot tall, blind. His eye was oozing pus, and they. But he's speaking out of so much love for what God had done for him. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I was that was just pulling that as an example of
He's a mini Christ. He's a mini Christ because Christ spoke out of love, and they put him on the cross. And so I see Saint Paul speaking out of love, and then they call me abortionist. I'm like, it's happening again. I mean, I guess that's what it means to be called a Christian, you know. If we lived out our faith to the extreme, and we actually genuinely had that love and that truth, the world wouldn't respond, you know, great cheerfully, you know.
Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where it's damned if you don't, damned if you do, kind of thing. Like especially if you're kind of looking to influence a mass group of people, and that's more and more. I believe that's kind of a tricky thing to do. I think a lot of time the masses are deceived a lot of times, and you kind of have to sneak into, like, you have to talk to individuals basically, and then kind of like we're doing now.
I also have to say, like, okay, like, not that I have bad things to say about Jesus, but I certainly have things that I believe about Jesus that I find most Christians would find not acceptable for me to say. I avoid those.
Jesus,
Jesus the Jew, yes. There are things. My first discussion with Father Stephen, I said I would not think any worse of the Virgin Mary if, and I said what I thought wouldn't in any way be a bad thing about her. People got really mad to the point where like I just don't talk about her, right? But like at some point Christians have to be willing to have a conversation where it's funny, like the Jim Bob guy.
I mean, what if like I don't want to upset anybody, but like you can apply the same thing in the Old Testament too. Well, what if when Moses went up, he actually saw this? You know, you'd be like, how could you say that about Judaism? You know, like.
But Paul does. Like, okay, one of the most disgusting things I have ever read, right? Here. 2 Corinthians 3. Let me open up 2 Corinthians 3. Here. Okay, where was it? Like, when I read this, I was so angry, right? We'll start at verse 7. Are you guys seeing this? You are not seeing this. Okay. Now, if the ministry that brought death, which was engraved in letters on stone, came from glory so that the Israelites could not look steadily at the face of Moses because of its glory, transitory though it was, will not the ministry of the Spirit be even more glorious? If the ministry that brought condemnation was glorious, how much more glorious is the ministry that brings righteousness? For what was glorious has no glory now in comparison with the surpassing glory. And if what was transitory came with glory, how much greater is the glory of that which lasts? Therefore, since we have such a hope, we are very bold. We are not like Moses, who would put a veil over his face to prevent the Israelites from seeing the end of what was passing away. But their minds were made dull, for to this day the same veil remains from when the old covenant is read. It has not been removed, because only in Christ is it taken away. Even to this day, when Moses is read, a veil covers their hearts. But whenever anyone turns to the Lord, the veil is taken away. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And we all who, with unveiled faces, contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. Like, you are not like Moses? Fine. F off. Like, F off. You're not like Moses. F off.
But is that?
I'm sorry, dude.
I would have to go over that passage. Yes.
Go right ahead. I mean, Father Stephen has tried to defend it to me many a times. I know his.
I'm new to this conversation. I didn't hear all that.
No. But like, look, I find it offensive when Paul condescends to Moses, which I believe that is what he was doing in that in that chapter. Father Stephen explains it a very different way, and I hope Christians see it.
Is there a video out on that? Like,
yeah, we've discussed it. Father Stephen's like, oh no, he wasn't saying that Moses was like being deceitful, that it's allegorical, and like, but when it comes down to it, I think like Paul, in saying we are not like Moses, is like saying it in a boastful way. He says, we are bold, right? He is being bold and condescending to Moses.
I mean, can't you read it like we are not like Moses? Like, for example, we do things differently than Moses. Like, not we're not better, but
we have nothing against Moses. I know a priest in Texas whose name's Father Moses.
We are not like Moses, who would put a veil over his face to prevent the Israelites from seeing the end of what was passing away. And he's talking about the Torah.
I'll be honest, I don't know what
end means purpose. The Protestants don't want to be charitable, or they want to be charitable.
Blame the Protestants. Blame the Protestants. Go ahead. I don't mind, but like, don't like.
I will say in, you know, again, I'm not a priest, so like I haven't been to seminary. I mean, I've done as much research as I can, but we do have this kind of idea that the Old Testament prophets were longing for a faith that was going to come, and that the law was
a ministry of death.
I should go over that more before I respond. Like,
where is that from? Ministry of Death.
I just read it. He calls it. Now, if the ministry that brought death.
Sounds like a black metal band.
Yeah.
You're getting Korax excited.
Yeah.
I mean, look, and we can have this discussion, but if we're going to have this discussion, like I make a distinction between anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism. If you don't like Judaism, look, there are things in Judaism I understand Gentiles might not like. We do believe that God chose the Israelites for a different purpose than he chose the various nations. Each have their own tasks. And we do believe that we have a special purpose in the world to actually bring God's law to the world. Some Christians are like, yeah, that was Jesus. Beautiful. You want to believe that? Believe that. Right? But like, my belief is that, yes, I was born into a priesthood that, yes, Gentiles were not born into that same priesthood. They were born into the laity. Now, you can join the priesthood if you want to. You can, right? But yes, that is a belief that we have in Judaism. And if you dislike that belief, that is a belief I have. You can dislike it. That's fine, right? But we should be able to have this discussion and be like, no, when someone says that the law brought only death and curses, and like, yes, I know, Andrew, that you can have various, and I very much prefer that people understand things the way Father Stephen does. You're right. Paul within Judaism is definitely better than what I think of the vast majority of Christians believe. But we have to be able to have this conversation, and we can't have this conversation if we're tiptoeing around people clutching their pearls every time I say Paul said something blasphemous.
Yeah, but yes, to take it back to some of the controversial, or some of the things that people take from the Talmud or elsewhere from the Mishnah. So is the 2 Corinthians passage like one of those things that, if a lot of Christians read that and take it seriously, they're going to turn out to be Judeophobes?
I think there's definitely a lot of things that people read. I mean, I wouldn't turn to this. There's a lot of things in the Gospel of John. So when somebody I consider a friend, Father Eric, the first time he went as an ordained, either he was an ordained deacon or priest, it was the first time he was allowed to read the Gospels in church. he sent us the video of him reading the Gospels in church, right? And I went to listen to it, and that was the first time I had heard the story from, I believe it's the Gospel of John, right? Where the disciples were hiding in a locked room for fear of the Jews. Okay? And I'm listening to Father Eric, who I consider a friend. I don't believe he's anti-Semitic in any way whatsoever. He's reading from the Gospels, right? And it reminded me of this story about a cousin of mine. This happened about 50 years ago, okay? One of my cousins was on a train, and she was like 5 years old, and she's playing with another 5-year-old, and somehow, somewhere, the conversation turned to where my cousin said, "We're Jewish," okay? She starts crying, runs to her mom, says, "I didn't do it. I didn't do it." And the other girl is crying, and she's running to her mom saying, "She killed Jesus. She killed Jesus." Right? I don't believe her parents, this 5-year-old's parents, told her the Jews killed Jesus. And they certainly didn't say, "My little cousin, who is 5 years old, killed Jesus." But there are certain things that when you grow up as a 5-year-old going to church and the priest reads, "For fear of the Jews," it might implant in your 5-year-old brain that the Jews are kind of scary. Like the disciples, these people you very much respect, are hiding for fear of the Jews. Right? Now, I don't blame anybody for that. But it's a reality. And frankly, I don't know any Jewish family which doesn't have a story like that of my cousin.
Yeah, I mean, passages like that are, yeah, they seem kind of like if you don't have the right context, like for example that Jesus was Jewish and all his disciples
And
were
all
Jewish.
of the disciples, yeah. So
Yeah.
all of these Jews were hiding in a room from a Jew, for fear of the Jews. Like a bunch of Jews were hiding for fear of the Jews, waiting for a Jew because a Jew had been killed by Jews, right? Like,
Yeah, so the right reading would be like the division, yeah, in the Jewish community.
sure. And there's a reason why a lot of people, now the NIV has changed the word, so it says for fear of the Jewish leaders, which like the KJV people are like, "You're changing my Bible," and they kind of are, right?
But what about
And-
Pharisees? I guess they're talking about
No,
Pharisees, right?
no. There you change it. There you change it Judean as opposed to Galilean.
Okay, that is, first of all, that's not what was going on there anyway. Second, please don't do the Pete thing. Like, I haven't even bothered watching his video. Please, these stupid reconstructions, like the fact Christians can't put up with is probably the original said for fear of the Romans, and the Christians couldn't pass around gospels that said for fear of the Romans, so it got changed to for fear of the Jews, and it's stuck that way, and Christians can't fix it. That's my personal belief.
Well,
But whatever.
There's how many manuscripts that say for fear of the Romans?
I'm guessing 0.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I'm guessing 0. That doesn't change my view that the original said for fear of the Romans, and that's what it was changed to, was for fear of the Jews. That's my personal opinion that I am guessing is what happened. because it makes zero sense to me for it to say for fear of the Jews. It makes a lot of sense for it to have said for fear of the Romans.
You don't think there was tensions between the Judeans and the
Galileans?
yeah.
Hell no, they hated the Romans.
But yeah,
I
mean, we were.
I think they both hated the Romans, but you have
Yes,
whatever
that,
John
like,
Hyrcanus.
the problem was the Romans, and the early Christians could not say that.
I agree, but you have the Judeans, you know, under John Hyrcanus, they
That is
whatever
beautiful,
they
that is
took over the Galilee.
if it makes you sleep better at night, sure. But I believe the Gospel of John originally said for fear of the Romans. That's my
I could see
personal
it. I mean,
But weren't there? I mean, I was talking a little about divisions. There were several different groups, right? The Pharisees were probably the
there
most
were.
dominant one.
There
And then the
were.
Sadducees?
The problem is the Gospel of John. And the funny thing is, I do believe the Gospel of John may have been one of the earliest and then rewritten. The Gospel of John very clearly keeps on blaming the Jews in ways that just doesn't make sense. And the only thing that's made sense to me, so Father Stephen's explanation is actually, I mean, it's a cute explanation. I don't agree with it, but you might find it convincing. His explanation is the book of John is trying to emphasize how people who should have been, like, the irony and the comedy of the Jews who should have been united and caring, like losing their minds and acting in weird ways. This was part of our discussion we had. Like, for a Jew to say, we are the children of Abraham, we have never been slaves, may be the most mind-bogglingly stupid thing a Jew could ever say. Like, for a Jew to say, we are the children of Abraham, we have never been slaves, like, the Passover Seder is, we are the children of Abraham, we were slaves. That is like one of our basic beliefs, the 10 Commandments. I am the Lord your God who took you out of the house of slavery. Like, the Avadim Hainu, we were slaves, is a basic tenet of our belief and our identity. We were slaves, right? And the Gospel of John has a bunch of Jews saying to Jesus, we are the children of Abraham. We were never slaves. It's like, what?
But
Like, what are you even saying?
But what is Jesus' response to that?
I don't remember. But like, it's not. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, maybe that passage is kind of trying to tell that the Jews have lost their way
Father
a little
Stephen
bit.
says, look how irrationally, like, as he thinks the Jewish audience would be reading this and being like, these people have been so, like, they are saying crazy things, like wild and crazy things, right? That it would be to a Jewish audience, like, it would be absolutely obvious that they would have the same response that I do, which is like a Jew saying, like, I am not, like, there's a verse in the Psalms that we say during Hallel, which is one of the most commonly recited parts of Psalms. Ani avdecha ben amatecha pitachta lamosarai. I am your slave, the son of your female slave, right? Like, I am your slave, the son of your female slave is like almost like the Nicene Creed in a way. Like, it's said as often in Jewish liturgy as the Nicene Creed is said by the average Protestant, right? Not every week, but every month, right? Like, so you can give these explanations for the Gospel of John. I think a much easier explanation for me to believe is that it was rewritten by a bunch of Romans. That's my personal belief. You can disagree with me.
Kind of like the Flavian theory of
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the Joe Atwill theory.
Yeah, I actually I mean I don't go as far as Robert Eisenman, but I think Robert Eisenman might have a lot of like I read his book James the Brother of Jesus, but like yeah, and no, it's not in any way similar because there's a very different flavor to us, like an internal critique about my own community and the external critiques that flavor the Gospel of John in a way that it's like it's not it's
At the
when he
time,
says
I don't think it
fear of
was.
the Jews, it's not the same flavor. Yes, Andrew, you were saying.
At the time, I don't think it was an external critique, but what can I say? We're looking at things 2,000 years later. Either
Okay.
way, yeah. I came on to ask about that. You know, you have that Talmud list,
Yeah,
right? Of Talmud quotes, right?
that half of them aren't actual quotes. Yes.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
wondering about the one that said all the Gentiles are animals.
Sure, we can look it up. Which one?
I think it was over on the left. There you go. All the children of Goyim are animals. There you go.
Yevamot 98a. Remember that.
Wait.
But,
Go back.
where was it?
I'll
Yes.
try to Google it.
What? Baba Metzia 114B. Whichever one you want to do.
Whichever one you want. I'll look up whatever you want.
No. Jacob, this is all about you.
Every single one of these has been debunked. Pick one.
Listen,
the
it's
worst
not
one.
It's not that I actually believe.
Pick the worst one.
I'm not trying to do the worst one, but
pick any of them.
We're gonna do Baba
one,
Metzia.
Carl.
We're gonna
Korak?
do Baba Metzia.
We want to do Baba Metzia 114b.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. So Baba Metzia 114b. Let me show you how you can look up Baba Metzia 114b. So we're in the Babylonian Talmud, right?
Mhm.
So Talmud, Babylonian. Baba Metzia is in the order of Nezikin. So Baba Kama means the first gate. Baba Metzia means the middle gate. And Baba Batra means the last gate. So Baba Metzia 114, was it?
Yep, 114b.
114b. Okay. Let's see if I can close some of these stupid things. Okay. Let's see if we can find where what they think they're quoting. What did it say? It said 114b, Gentile goys are not humans, they are beasts. Ooh. Let's see. Clause, collateral. Okay.
Nope.
I guess it's not a very long page. Well, let's start at the beginning and read. Oh, okay. I thought I saw Nochri there. Yeah. The Gentiles are not. Okay, so this is apparently. Okay. So, apparently here the Amoraim are sages of the Gemara, the Talmudic period after the Mishnah.
Mhm.
And apparently he's talking to Elijah, right? So
Mhm.
the Amora proceeds to ask
Elijah the
Elijah a
prophet.
different question. Yes, Elijah the prophet.
Okay. All right.
And said to him, is not the master a priest? So he's talking to Elijah. He's asking Elijah, aren't you a priest? Right? Elijah said to him, has the master not studied? So he's they're speaking in the third person to each other, right?
Mhm.
Has not studied the Mishnaic order of Taharot. So there are 6 orders of the Mishnah, and one of them is purities. As it is taught in a Braita, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai says that the graves of Gentiles do not render one impure, as it is stated, and you, my sheep, the sheep of my master pasture, are man, Ezekiel 34:31, which teaches that you, the Jewish people, are called man, but Gentiles are not called man. Now, I have to say, it's only the bold is actual
Mhm.
text in the Talmud. The non-bold is explanatory. Since the Torah states with regard to ritual impurity imparted in a tent, if a man dies in a tent, evidently impurity imparted by a tent does not apply to Gentiles. Okay? So, what's it
Hold right
talking
there.
about?
Hold it right there. I want to read that last sentence again.
Okay. So,
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. I see. Yeah.
Numbers 19:14, right?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
here, let's pull
Okay.
up Numbers 19:14,
Okay. All right.
right?
Yep.
So it says Zot HaTorah Adam ki yamut, when a man dies in a tent, right? And so this is apparently one opinion. I don't even know if this is the halacha. It may be, but so the question like is whether a Gentile corpse causes the same type of ritual impurity as a Jewish corpse. And this particular story has the opinion that no, because Ezekiel 34:31 refers to Israel as Adam, and there are other places where there's a thing. The general explanation given is that in order to be Nikrag Adam, to be referred to as man, so here, famously, here, let's, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Okay.
Yep.
So famously, here, let's take you to Shulchan Aruch.
Okay.
The Shulchan Aruch is the code of Jewish law,
Mhm.
right? So halacha, the Shulchan Aruch is the code of Jewish law. In Even HaEzer 1:1, right? So it says, every man, this is the first law in the section having to do with getting married. Every man is obligated to marry a woman in order to be fruitful and to multiply. And anyone who doesn't engage in being fruitful and multiplying is as if he spills blood, that is, he's a murderer, and lessens the appearance and causes the divine presence to depart from Israel. The Ramah is another author included in the thing. He wrote notes on the Shulchan Aruch. He who does not have a wife remains without blessing, without Torah, and is not called a man. So when you read in the Talmud, there's a lot of ways in which you can be not referred to as a man. Lo nikra adam. It's the exact same thing here in the Hebrew. Lo nikra adam, right?
Mhm.
And if we go back to where we were in the Talmud, right? It says, where is it? Atam kruim ve'ein nochrim kruim adam. It's the exact same verse. It's the exact same terminology. there are many, many places where there are arguments in the Talmud. What so being called man, right, oftentimes refers to, and in many ways, in various ways, people are said not to be called man. It's not, it's certainly not, what did it say? Gentile goys are not humans,
listen,
they are beasts.
I want to understand the thing as its own thing. I'm not worried about your apologetics. Let's go back to it.
What are we going back to?
To Baba Metzia.
We are going back to Baba Metzia. Yes. What about it?
All right. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Okay, let's go to Ezekiel 34:31.
Ezekiel 34:31. Right?
Okay.
Va'atem tsoni tson mariti Adam atem. You are Adam. You are Adam. Right? So it's using that verse to contrast with Numbers 19:14, which says, Zot haTorah Adam kiyamut. When Adam dies in a tent, right? It causes impurity. So this understanding, and I honestly don't know if this is the actual halacha or not, is that a Gentile corpse does not cause the impurity that Numbers 19:14 is talking about.
Okay. Well, go back to Ezekiel 34 because I want to actually understand that verse. Man, I am your God.
Right? So it says, thus shall they know that I, the Lord, their God, am with them, and that they, the house of Israel, are my people, says the Lord God. But you, my flock, the flock of my pasture, right? Adam atem, you are men, and I am your God, says the Lord God.
So, can we do the full Ezekiel 34 or whatever, at least the...
It's a pretty long chapter, but sure.
Okay, well, let's do a chunk before and a chunk after. How about that?
Well, it's the last line.
The other guy got bored. He left. Let's do this.
Sure. Let's go back to, let's see, is there a break? There's no break in this entire chapter. This is a long chapter.
Do just a chunk before.
Okay. So
chunk after.
Here we go.
Call it good.
For thus says the Lord God, behold, I will both search my sheep and seek them out, as a shepherd seeks out his flock in the days that he is among his sheep that are strayed. So will I seek out my sheep and will deliver them out of all places where they have been dispersed in the cloudy and dark day. And I will bring them out from among the peoples and gather them from the countries and will bring them to their own land and pasture them upon the mountain of Israel by the water courses and in all the inhabited places of the country. I will feed them in a good pasture, and upon the high mountains of Israel shall their fold be. There shall they lie in a good pasture, and in a fat grazing land shall they feed upon the mountain of Israel. I will feed my flock, and I will cause them to lie down, says the Lord God. I will seek that which was lost and bring back the strayed, and will bind up the crippled, and will strengthen the sick, but I will destroy the fat and the strong. I will make them graze upon justice. And for you, O my flock, thus says the Lord God, behold, I judge between one lamb and another, the rams and the he-goats. Is it so small a thing to you that you have eaten up the good pasture, but you must also tread down with your feet the residue of your pasture lands, and to have drunk of the clear waters, but you must also foul the residue with your feet. And as for my sheep, they eat that which you have trodden with your feet, and they drink that which you have fouled with your feet. And actually, there is a break there. So, therefore, thus says the Lord God.
Wait. So Ezekiel is talking to a you, and then
It's talking to Israel. Yes.
Okay, he's talking.
He's talking to the people of Israel.
Okay, scroll up a little bit. Scroll up a little bit. Okay.
Scroll up a little.
Maybe I'll actually like pull this out. Okay, let's see. Ezekiel 34.
I don't understand why. I mean, it's just taking that snippet at Adam Atam, right? And it's using the word here to understand the word there.
Yeah. But
I don't understand what the
no.
question.
Well,
hello, President Fox.
No. It's using the word in number. It's using the
word in Ezekiel to understand the word in Numbers.
No. It's the other way around.
No,
it's using
understanding the words. No, it is using the word in Ezekiel to understand what the word in Numbers means.
Okay, let me pull up. What is it, Bava Metzia?
114b.
14b. Let's see. The graves of Gentiles do not. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Sure. I highly recommend Christians don't bother with the Talmud, personally. I have zero problem with like Christians not spending time with the Talmud. In fact, I kind of would prefer it.
But you still think we should read the passages the 2 Corinthians with a little bit of caution?
Look, you can read your Bible however you like, but if you want to have a discussion with me, at least let me have a discussion with you and be like, you know?
Okay, so I have a question.
I have an answer.
Okay, so what was confusing me about Ezekiel is that when it refers to Israel, it switches between the second person and the third person.
It does that all the time.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Like that happens in the prophets constantly.
Okay.
Look, it's like a little snippet of one tiny piece of Talmud where they're having a discussion about something completely different, and the translation here is Gentile goys are not humans, they are beasts. Did it say that?
I just wanted an example of an animal apocalypse, dude. I'll be completely honest. That's what I was looking for. All right.
What'd you do for Father's Day?
Went to a restaurant
and made your father pay for it.
They had some sort of credit card thingamajig.
Yeah, you said that before.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's getting her claws clipped, and she doesn't like that, but she's gonna have to deal with it. and her name is Shadow. Corax, I don't know why your microphone does that.
I think it's you hear. I think it's my fan. Computer is.
What was it?
Somebody doesn't appreciate having her claws clipped, and her name is Shadow. But she's gonna get them clipped anyway.
Do you get your cat and your dog to get along?
Oh yeah. Although they're only just learning to get along. Lucky's still only 10 months old, and he doesn't understand that Shadow can't wrestle with him the way he does with other dogs. But she doesn't run away. So for some reason, she lets him manhandle her in ways that the first couple of times I saw it, I was kind of scared. But he doesn't hurt her.
I mean, cats are pretty nimble. They can roll with the punches.
If she wanted to, she could definitely stay far, far away from him, which is the funny part that she doesn't do it.
It's always good to see cats and dogs get along.
Yes. Cats and dogs living together. One of the signs of the coming apocalypse.
Yeah. Yeah, does it say that in Revelation?
If it does, I don't know about it.
What about
Isaiah talks about the wolf and the lamb, I believe. Even though most people, for some reason, think it says the lion and the lamb, it actually says the wolf and the lamb, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the wolf and the lamb will lay down together.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of peaceful. It sounds like New Eden.
Peaceful would be nice. I am in favor of peaceful. I like peace.
Yeah. Make love. Make peace, not war.
Sure.
But
yeah, you're not a pacifist.
Yeah, I remember that from the Friday stream that you were really against pacifism.
I am very much opposed to pacifism, yes.
Yeah, it kind of seems like an impossible position to hold, I guess. Like anarcho-capitalism or extreme veganism.
Yeah. Questions to ponder. Says 1000% Christians love Moses. If you say so. Plus the movie about Moses. And everyone loves Prince of Egypt. I haven't seen it. And of course, Charlton Heston. Yes.
From my cold, dead hands.
Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. That's Ghostbusters quote. What is the Jewish perspective on perennialism? A lot of Jew boos. We tend to be soft perennialists, and when way too many Jews are hard perennialists. But I would say Orthodox Judaism is soft perennialist. Paul converted a number of Gentiles. Peter converted the Jews. That is certainly the belief that a lot of people have. Okay, how much longer are we going to go?
Oh, I can go for a long time.
You can go for a long time. It's been a long time since I've had a really long stream, but Father Stephen, I doubt is going to jump on anytime soon. He's probably on somebody else's stream right now.
Yeah, like the Orthobro debate streams.
He may be. Let's see. Is Father Stephen somewhere on a stream somewhere? Let's see if we can find Father Stephen.
What do you think about the debate bros?
I mean, there are worse things in life it could be. Much worse things.
Yeah, it's not bad to aspire to be like a master debater, I guess. Ba-dum-psh. Yeah, I think some of Jay Dyer's early streams when he was debating like some scientists and stuff and how they can justify their beliefs. They were useful.
Do we want to listen to two of the dumbest people on earth say a lot of dumb shit?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, everyone has to have their say, right? Who are the dumb persons?
Let's pull up the dumbest people on earth saying some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I haven't actually listened to this, so. But as soon as I share my screen, you guys will know who we were talking about. Nolan, hey, how you doing? Sure.
Is
Hope
it
you're doing well,
Mearsheimer and someone
Nolan.
else?
What?
Is it Mearsheimer?
It's Mearsheimer and Trita Parsi, two of the dumbest people on earth. Father Stephen is showing up suddenly in so many places. We ought to be able to find a tour schedule somewhere. Yes, if you do it Mystery Science Theater style, sure, why not? Who is dumb? John Mearsheimer has not been right about anything in his 50-year-long career. And Trita Parsi is more evil than dumb. So let's see what these guys have to say.
No,
Dumb and
before we
evil.
start the video,
What?
I have a question.
What's your question?
So what's the deal, dude? What's the Iran deal? I know you said something about
I did a whole 2-hour stream.
Points 2, 4, 5, and 11 or something. I don't know. Something about the Strait gets to reopen or in exchange for Lebanon.
A whole 2-hour stream.
What's the deal with Lebanon? What's the what?
Okay, so this is the 14-point
deal. Iran withdraws from Lebanon and reopens the
No,
Strait.
it doesn't say anything about Iran. So
well, what's the deal with Lebanon then?
The deal with Lebanon is, I think point number one exists to get everyone in the world mad at Iran, and the Iranian negotiators were too dumb to listen to that, to understand that. So here, this is point one. The United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war are signing this MOU to declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on to initiate not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph, right? So the funny thing is, how do you think the Palestinians are going to feel about all 3 times mention of Lebanon, 0 times mention of the Palestinians? How do you think the Lebanese are going to feel about the United States and Iran making a deal 3 times mentioning Lebanon without having the Lebanese government there? How do you think the Iranians are going to feel when they're being bombed, and what their government cares the most about is Lebanon? I think it was idiotic for the Islamic Republic of Iran to sign something where their first thing, it mentions Lebanon 3 times. It's ridiculous. Second, Provision 13 says, after signing this MOU and subject to the beginning of the implementation of paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this MOU and the continuing implementation of these measures, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will start negotiating regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. So what does that mean? It means
the rest are BS.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So only 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 actually matter. It's like, yeah, this deal is not what way too many people are saying it is.
I've got a question though.
Yeah.
I got a question. What prevents Iran from being like, yeah, this thing was complete BS, you know, like not just pointing.
What prevents the United States from saying this was complete BS?
So who starts implementing this thing first? That's my question.
Iran has already let more ships through the Strait of Hormuz than it has at any time during this war.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
That's the thing, which is the dumbest thing. Like, there's a reason why the hardliners in Iran are losing their minds. Like, I am not going to say this is completely Iran capitulating, but it certainly isn't the win that Trita Parsi and John Mearsheimer are going to say it is. Because Trita Parsi and John Mearsheimer are two of the dumbest people in the history of the world, if they actually believe any of the shit they say. Which, I don't know if they're dumb enough to actually believe any of the shit they say.
Hello, I'm Tom Switzer. Always great to have your company. Now, today on the program, we're going to be asking this question. Will the
You got to show your video, Jacob.
What?
You got to show your video, otherwise we just
I thought I was showing my video.
Were you hearing it? The stream, though.
Yeah, we can hear it. We just
you couldn't see it. Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Will that hold? And I can't think of two better guests to address this question than John.
I can think of anyone on the entirety of the globe who would be better than these two, except maybe Scott Ritter.
Mearsheimer from the University of Chicago.
It's been fun, but I don't care about Iran that much.
Apparently.
I have a good one.
If Marco Rubio deports Trita Parsi, I promise to vote for him in every election for the rest of my life. Yeah, John Mearsheimer is kind of stupid.
And Trita Parsi, who's from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Now, I should say from the outset, both gentlemen, both John and Trita, who've been on this program several times, their criticisms of the Iran war have been proven remarkably prescient, and it's great to have them
remarkably prescient
on the program. John, Trita, welcome back.
Thank you.
Remarkably prescient.
Thank you, Tom.
John, let's just turn to the news of the day. Talks between Iran and the United States in Switzerland, the other Switzerland, they're stalled. Iran says it has again closed the Strait of Hormuz following continued Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon. Donald Trump, for his part, has warned that the US could attack Iran over its support for Hezbollah. And the Israelis, they're saying it has no intention of withdrawing forces from Lebanon. John, what's going on here?
Well, I think there's no question that there is a lot of resistance.
Anytime John Mearsheimer says there's no question, there's always a question.
To this agreement from Israel and even inside the United States. I think that Trump is getting.
Khamenei put out a statement saying that he is resistant to this thing, but Mearsheimer doesn't seem to recognize any of that. Does Hezbollah like this agreement? Huh, Dr. Mearsheimer?
Being hammered from a lot of his former supporters for agreeing to this deal. And he's terribly frustrated as a result, and he's lashing out at the Iranians. Furthermore,
he's lashing out at the Iranians. It has nothing to do with actually anything Iran might have done. Nope.
It's proving very difficult for him to get the Israelis to abandon southern Lebanon. And I think that's really the...
Where did you see anything about abandoning southern Lebanon? Like, here, let's read this thing one more time, right? And their allies in the current war are saying to declare an immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts. Do I see anything about retreat? Do you see anything about retreat? I don't see any retreat. Does it say anything about a retreat?
Try the Control F.
What?
Try Control F-ing it.
It's not there. I promise you.
And this.
Oh, go away.
Frustrates Trump as well. And of course, from an Iranian perspective, it's absolutely essential that the Israelis leave southern Lebanon.
It's absolutely essential. So why wasn't it in the MOU? And which Iranians are you talking about?
So it looks like there are a lot of bumps in the road today. And I think the big question you have to ask yourself is what's going to happen moving forward? And my view is that Trump has no choice but to settle this conflict on the terms laid out in the Memorandum of Understanding.
But the memorandum doesn't mention anything about a retreat.
And if the Israelis resist, Trump will just have to steamroll them. He has no choice. There's no alternative here. There's no
alternative. Oh, I can think of plenty of alternatives.
Team strategy that is an alternative, and maintaining the status quo would be a disaster. What I think is going on here is that lots of people do not understand that what's motivating Trump is the threat of a Great Depression, the threat that.
Excuse me, but Trump has said that specifically. What are you talking about? Who doesn't understand that Trump only cares about the economics of the situation?
The international economy is going to go off a precipice. He has said that. He's talked about the possible.
Yeah. So why don't people understand it? John Mearsheimer may be the dumbest human being in the history of the world.
Possibility of quote unquote an economic catastrophe. He's made it very clear. He does not want to.
If he's made it very clear, why are you saying people don't understand?
Be the second coming of Herbert Hoover.
Yeah.
Trump understands.
Trump said that.
What's going on. And once you take into account those calculations, what alternative does he have but to lean really hard on the Israelis?
I have an idea.
And to work with the Iranians to operationalize the Memorandum of Understanding. So I think eventually
the Memorandum of Understanding doesn't mention anything about a retreat. It's not there.
This is going to be in large part sorted out.
You give credit to Trump for at least recognizing the need to shut this conflict down, lest the global economy go off the cliff. He doesn't want to be like Herbert Hoover and triggering the Great Depression of the 1930s. I get that. But then what do you make of Trump's warning today? He said this on the Fox News program, that the United States could become, quote, the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz, even suggesting that America might one day assume responsibility during the waterway and collect tolls on the oil and the gas passing through it. None.
He's just bloviating. This is nonsense. We just fought a war. And we couldn't take control of this.
We couldn't? This is what I mean. He is one of the dumbest people on earth. There is no serious person who believes that the United States couldn't militarily do it. The United States didn't, but couldn't.
Strait. How is he now going to take control of the strait? This is just not going to happen. And furthermore, if he tries to take control of the strait, the war will escalate in ways that will expedite how fast we're moving toward the precipice. He would be
like what?
Insane.
And he does have the giggle demons, I have to say.
To try. So he's just blowing a lot of hot air today. And this is, vintage Trump. He's frustrated. He's getting hammered by the lobby and by Israel, as I said. And he doesn't like to admit the fact that this is really a case of unconditional surrender. You remember he called
unconditional surrender.
That's pretty strong words.
John Mearsheimer has been right about literally zero in his entire career. I have not found a single time in the past 50 years this man has been correct about anything. Why he's beloved because he says all the stupid things certain stupid people want to hear. I have never, not once, been pointed to anything he said that has ever turned out to be correct.
early on for unconditional surrender. But what he didn't understand in the beginning was that it would be us, the United States, that surrendered unconditionally.
The United States is surrendering unconditionally. Why do people listen to this guy? I don't get it. I really don't get it. But like, there's a lot of people who really love this guy because he says the most idiotic things, and somehow we're supposed to find his idiotic bloviating to be entertaining.
People love him because the lobby book he wrote, I guess.
Because he says what they want to hear. That's why.
Not the Iranians. And he's frustrated by that. You can understand it.
Dumb people love when people who they can think are smart say things they agree with in ways that sound smart to them. This is the problem of dumb people.
And in typical Trump fashion, he's lashing out. But the question you have to ask yourself again is, what alternative does he have to settle?
What alternative? Please do ask yourself, what alternative does he have? Can you think of an alternative? I can think of an alternative.
Is it a question to the audience?
Well, that's what he says. He's saying, I mean, are you asking if I'm asking? That's John Mearsheimer's question to the audience. And I love when people ask rhetorical questions and they believe that the answer to the rhetorical question is the absolute opposite of reality, right? So his rhetorical question is, what alternative does Trump have? He believes the answer is none. Oh, what alternative does Trump have? Well, he could nuke Iran. Oh, he wouldn't do that. I see. So he does have alternatives. Like, the idea that the United States is unconditionally surrendering to Iran is idiotic. But people who want to hear it will hear it from this guy. Do I actually want to hear John Mearsheimer bloviate more? Let's see how long it takes until Trita Parsi says something stupid.
In this conflict.
Well, Trita, the Iranian president has insisted that Tehran will never surrender its right to enrich uranium. He made these remarks over the weekend.
Trita Parsi, for those who don't know, he is an agent of the Iranian government who says precisely what the Iranian government wants, probably because they are torturing his family members in Evin prison right now.
And Trump responded by warning that Iran's leadership, and these are his words, quote, had better watch its mouth or America would take over the rest of the country. I take it you agree with John about this is Trump just talking the talk.
He's laughing. What? Like the United States military power?
He's not really serious. He's just frustrated.
Trump is talking the talk. It unfortunately can have very negative impact. We saw that in the talks today. There were news that the Iranians had left. They hadn't left in response to Trump's threats over Twitter.
Trump could kill them. He could. And frankly, I wouldn't mind so much if he did.
About controlling the strait, but they did negate the opportunity for a photo op at the end in which all of them would be standing on the stage together. So, it still has consequences, but I think everyone who knows what's going on understands exactly what John said. If any of those things were possible, Trump would have already tried it, but it's not possible.
This is the funny part, because on Friday, people were like, oh, the United States could nuke, like Sterling was like, oh, like Trump could nuke Iran. Trump actually could nuke Iran. He could. He won't, but he could. If Khamenei had a nuke, he would use it, just like he was willing to close the Strait of Hormuz.
So he's just, talking to sound tough to a home audience at this point. I think we should also be clear about one thing. I've lived through this once earlier, very close up with the Obama administration. Of course, you didn't have a president on the American side that would speak in this manner back then, but there were a lot of theatrics, and we're going to see that on crack for the next 60 days. A lot of meetings that are not going to get scheduled and all kinds of different things. The Iranians are leaving Switzerland. Turned out that they weren't. There's going to be a lot of this.
So who was bloviating? Was it the Iranians? They didn't leave, but they said they were. So who was bloviating?
A bit legitimate, some of it illegitimate, but it's just going to be part of the actual negotiation. So if we react to each and every one of them, we're going to get heart attacks halfway through.
Mouse are up to 30% off this summer sale.
So I think at this point, we have to just take a step back and realize there's going to be a lot of kind of false starts and things that are intended to look much worse than they actually are.
Let's bring in Israel here, because there's no question that there are certain segments of the Israeli body politic.
Why is he blinking so much?
It will go to great lengths to try to scuttle the deal. And the defense minister, Katz, says there are no restrictions
Maybe
on
it's
Israeli
Estelle.
forces in Lebanon.
What'd you say?
Maybe it's this tell.
John, the critics of both you and Trita would say that Israel is a sovereign democracy. It has a duty to its citizens to stop foreign bombardment. John.
Well, it is a sovereign state, but the fact is it's heavily dependent on the United States for economic aid, military aid.
But you wrote a whole book about how Israel owns the United States. So what are you talking about? Like, you're the Israel lobby guy, right? So Israel controls the United States. So, like, what are you saying?
And for diplomatic aid. And the United States is a...
But you were saying that that Israel controls the United States government. Like, so what are you saying? That wasn't true?
Far more powerful state than Israel to be.
Really? The United States is far more powerful than Israel. Oh. Was that in your book?
Begin with. And when you marry that to all of the dependencies that the Israelis have on the United States, that tells you that we have enormous coercive leverage.
Oh, the United States has enormous coercive leverage on Israel. Is that the name of your book, Immense Coercive Leverage? I don't think that was the name of your book.
And that means in a situation where you're heading toward the precipice, where you may have a Great Depression, the United States will, in my opinion, use its coercive leverage to get the Israelis to behave. They won't be.
Oh, really? That does not sound like your book at all, Mr. Mearsheimer. In fact, it sounds like the absolute opposite of your book. So what is it? Which is it? Okay, I'm tired of these guys.
Maybe he has changed position. Maybe he realizes it's the other way around.
Maybe he is blowing shit out of his mouth like the guy. Oh my god. VP JD Vance has a Catholic cardinal on deck. Gonna bring him out for some exorcisms and end this whole thing. Okay. Okay, we've been gone for almost 4 hours. Why are there 10 people watching this? Don't have people have better things to do?
No, we gotta get the Iran update streams and and this wasn't the Iran stream, but
I had an Iran update stream earlier today. Gilad and Yoav joined. That was interesting. Let's see how many people watched that stream. Did people actually watch that stream? Iran update. Wow, a lot of people watched that stream. 27 watch hours. That's like 20 people. That's 20 people watched the entire stream. And that's after the stream was over.
That's like the whole this TLC community, right?
Don't insult the audience, Jacob. How did I insult the audience? Good news in Colombia. What happened in Colombia? 5 out of 10 viewers are Qataris going to offer you money to flip your... What happened in Colombia? Colombia. Let's see what happened in Colombia. Trump-backed De La Espriella wins preliminary count in razor-tight Colombian presidential runoff. Right-wing candidate wins in Colombia. Hopefully that's good news, I guess.
How right wing? Like a Pinochet right wing?
The Guardian says far-right millionaire Abelardo de la Espriella wins Colombia's presidential runoff. Trump endorsed de la Espriella holds slim lead in Colombia's election. Colombia, this is CNN. Colombia flirts with the right as Trump-backed candidate the Tiger leads into runoff. BBC. Colombia's brutal internal conflict is defining its presidential election. Trump-backed right-wing lawyer. I mean, if the Guardian calls him far right, he might actually be somewhat conservative. Don says, ooh, far right, according to the Guardian. Good morning, Yoav. Mashlamcha. We were listening to your favorite intellectual, John Mearsheimer. Yoav very, very much likes John Mearsheimer.
Oh, yeah?
No. I'm joking.
How... I mean, I haven't really heard about him except for his, like, the book he wrote. That's the only thing I've... he's known for, right?
He has spent 50 years being wrong about everything constantly, which is kind of funny, but not really.
But is he like a multipolar world order guy? Or
he's people refer to him as a realist. More to the point, he says the types of things that people on the far left in the United States want to hear all the time.
Yeah, I think I've listened to some really right-wing podcasts that have covered his book. So
yeah, the far left and the far right love him.
Yeah. But does this mean that we're going to see less cocaine out of Colombia?
It's possible. I mean, with Bukele, like, plenty of people seem to kind of like the thing. I don't have my whatchamacallit sound set up to be able to jump on other people's panels while I'm live streaming, or I could try to find, although it doesn't look like there are many panels I would want to jump on. Why should anyone believe in God? Open panel, stage of reason. 32 people watching.
Who is this? Is there like a...
I just found it on whatchamacallit. Oh, he just ended like the stream like a few minutes ago. Oh well. It's a 5-hour stream. Let's see if there's another. Live panel. Chicago Knights. Can men have locker room conversation anymore?
Yeah, I'm sure they can.
Trump is respected around the world. Father's Day, UFC, and bad decisions.
Yeah, did you see the UFC White House card, by the way?
What?
Did you see the White House card of the UFC?
No.
Oh. It was kind of a cool event.
I believe you. All 7 chakras healing music.
All 7. That sounds pretty good.
I don't. I wouldn't know. I would not know. Relaxing piano music. Relaxing fireplace. 24/7 fireplace burning with logs and fire sounds. 388 watching 24/7 fireplace with burning logs.
Yeah, there's a lot of these channels, ASMR type channels. Like how much data do you think YouTube has now?
I mean, Sam would actually know. Gospel of Bob. I've had fun going on Gospel of Bob.
Cell phone video shows Simi Valley Target store attack.
Gospel of Bob? Is that like Bob the Baptist? Or
no, so Gospel of Bob. Apparently, Bob is somebody who watches Chaotic Truth. That's another channel I sometimes go on, but there's like barely anybody watching their channel. How long have they been
County fentanyl ring case? Oh shit!
They've been going for almost an hour, and like there's one person watching. That's sad.
Yeah. How many do we have watching now?
2 days ago.
We have 7 people watching.
Oh.
You would love the Mario Nafal streams. I doubt it. Hezi, what do you think about yesterday's Iran discussion? Well, it was today's in the United States. I used to watch the Duran crowd quite a lot. I have no idea who the Duran crowd is.
I think they're pretty Russia friendly.
Aha. When you think of Tucker Carlson, ask yourself what the name means. All 7 chakras, the Jubilee of Enlightenment. Jacob, give us some Torah. I don't know any Torah. He did that for 4 hours now. I did? Making meatballs on in a few. I should be making meatballs, actually.
Meatballs sounds pretty good. Like spicy meatballs? Italian meatballs?
Italian, probably. Yeah, I have some pasta sauce and I have some ground meat that I just defrosted from the freezer. So, and I made some vegetarian chili last night.
Cool.
You don't like vegetarian chili?
Oh yeah, I love chili actually. Tabasco.
I put paprika, oregano, and cumin in it, and a little bit of chili pepper. It was okay. It's okay. I had it for breakfast. It's not very spicy. So tell us more about yourself, Korax.
Well, what is there to tell?
Dox yourself.
I've been thinking about making some videos about some stuff that's been on my mind for a bit.
Okay, what kind of stuff?
You know how I mentioned Salk, Jonas Salk earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about just going through some pages of his book and kind of commenting on it on a video or something. Because it's he has kind of an interesting philosophy, and I don't think it's been focused enough on. Yeah, and basically that whole period, like, yeah, he was kind of writing at the same time as Paul Ehrlich and some of the other Malthusians.
Malthusians make me kind of sad. The OG vegetarian chili is New Mexico style, where they just puree actual chilies. Are you kidding me? I could never have that. In New Mexico, you ask for chili, and they just ask you green or red. Here, apparently, there are people who are very angry at Keller saying this. Let's see what Keller said.
If you have that asset of white skin right now, historical asset, then you actually have to say, I didn't deserve this. And also, to some degree, I'm the product of, I'm standing on the shoulders of other people who got that through injustice. So the Bible actually says, yes, you are involved in injustice, and even if you didn't actually do it, therefore you have a responsibility, not just to say, well, maybe if I get around to it, maybe we could do something about the poor people out there. No, you're part of the problem.
You're part of the problem because of your white skin.
No, is it some kind of Marxist?
No, it's Calvinism. It's Calvinists believe in inherited sin. Like, this is like what they believe in. So
also, so white guilt is stronger in that denomination.
Oh yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. Yeah. I think John Rawls would not, his ideas of justice would not be nearly as idiotic if he hadn't been a Calvinist who rejected the Calvinist God, which makes sense, but then imagined the world in Calvinist terms. The Calvinists are going to love me for this, aren't they?
I see. I don't know much about Calvinism.
Be happy.
Yeah, it's from what I've heard from the Ortho Bros. It seems like a kind of a bad theology.
Saint Paul, apostle to Gentiles. Tim Keller, apostle to Upper West Side New York City. Corax, what are your religious beliefs? Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I think I've described my beliefs as Christian-ish.
Christian-ish. Explain.
Yeah. So I was raised pretty secular.
Mm-hmm.
But still, in kindergarten, there was kind of like a prayer before meals and stuff like that. So,
okay.
So it was kind of a like some remnants. But yeah, I mean, I was pretty much a-religious, I would say, up until a certain point.
Until a certain point. You want to tell us more about that certain point or not?
Yeah. Jay Dyer. You probably heard of that guy.
I have.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big fan of what he does now, actually, and some of his behavior, and he seems to have gotten too big for his bridges, basically. But he kind of ran an interesting channel back in 2016. It's been like 10 years ago, and he was kind of building up his channel for a few years before that, and it is kind of I kind of got interested in esoteric stuff from him, basically
esoteric stuff.
Esoteric analysis of films, basically.
Of films?
Yeah. I mean that. Yeah, I have it's kind of a weird pipeline, but one of the things I did grow up was watch a lot of movies, right?
Okay.
And that kind of shaped my worldview. A lot of American movies.
Okay.
So you can say that was kind of my. I wouldn't exactly call it a religion, but a lot of my worldview was based around that.
I think mine was too. I grew up kind of getting all my narrative from the television, and so very much so. Yeah, I think that happened to me too.
Yeah. So when I started watching his Dyer's analysis, it kind of made me aware that it was kind of there are kind of hidden symbology, if you want to call it that are embedded in films, and it kind of affects us in a deeper way that we don't really think about, and I think it hits people that call themselves religious and atheists harder than someone who comes from a religious background. I mean,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, because people that are raised in some traditional faith from an early age, they kind of learn the apologetics and they kind of get it in with their mother's milk, and they have a firmer ground to stand on, and they kind of know where they stand. But yeah, so my kind of worldview was shaped, but I didn't really realize it before Dyer kind of took the curtains back a little bit.
Okay, so I have some questions about Norway. I don't know much about Norway. Are the movies are a lot of them just translated American movies, or do they make their own versions, or is it completely different? Like how does the movies and television, how is it affected by Hollywood?
Yeah, we've been getting Hollywood movies mostly since the 60s, right? That was when things started opening up. And it's not like in France or Italy where they dub their movies. And that's why a lot of Italians speak atrocious English, right? Because they don't get that extra practice when watching movies. And why a lot of Norwegians and Swedish people speak kind of good English, even though I still have an accent.
So did you grow up listening to English and hearing English, even speaking English?
No, not really speaking English. I didn't really. Yeah, no, it was actually just strict Norwegian for a lot of years before I started speaking to exchange students, and then that's when I really started to practice English instead of just reading and hearing it. And yeah.
Is Norway very urban, very rural? Like what's the environment like in Norway?
I mean, you've seen the shape, right, of the country.
I know the shape of the country. Yeah, I don't know what the terrain is like what the concentration of people is or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a very long country.
Yeah,
and it's very mountainous.
Okay.
At least more than Denmark, and probably similar to Sweden. Although, if you look at like old Swedish maps of Norway, it's basically their maps of Norway is basically all mountains.
Okay.
So we were kind of known as like the Hicks of Scandinavia, and we've always been kind of under either under Sweden or Denmark.
But Norway is very wealthy, isn't it?
Now we're kind of.
Isn't Norway very wealthy? I thought it was very wealthy. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, we have like the oil thing,
Mm-hmm.
And that's been a big moneymaker. That's true, but it's like, for example, compared to Sweden,
They have IKEA.
Yeah, and like they have more businesses like that, like more, for example, video game businesses, like the
Is it Sweden that made Nokia or whatever it is?
No, that's Finland.
That's Finland. Okay.
Yeah, and Finland is also underrated for like technical achievements and stuff like that.
Most important question: are Norwegian women as pretty as Swedish women?
That's a good question. I think Sweden pretty much has it all, right?
Swedish women are very pretty.
Yeah. It feels like the number of blondes are higher as well.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be blonde to be beautiful.
Yeah, that's true.
Blue eyes do help, though.
Yeah. But yeah, what was I saying? Maybe yeah. So I kind of was raised so a-religious, but then I kind of took in a lot of information after getting exposed to Dyer's material. A lot of conspiracy stuff and yeah, and I kind of got caught up actually in like the Cambridge Analytica narratives, I guess you would call it.
Okay.
For a minute there.
Okay. And that turned you into a Christian.
I mean, no, not really. I mean, a lot of those narratives are very anti-Christian, as I see it now. So, I mean, I got exposed to a lot of material, that are, getting red pilled. I mean, it is true information, but like, what is the information used for, right? And I kind of got reminded when you were talking about the USS Liberty and stuff like that. Like that was one of the things I kind of looked into, and about like other Israeli influence on America, and I read a lot of far right stuff, like the Imperium book. Maybe you heard of that one.
Nope. What's the Imperium book?
Yeah, it's by a guy called named Francis Parker Yockey. He was basically I don't know what you want to call it. He was basically a white nationalist.
Okay.
Writing at the end of World War II.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was one of the books I read. The kind of.
So what made you into a Christian, kind of?
Basically what happened in 2020.
What happened in 2020?
The pandemic.
That turned you into a Christian?
Yeah, kind of.
How come?
Kind of getting worried about the end of the world, and
you're an end of the world Christian.
Yeah, like existential dread, and is this yeah.
Is this all there is?
Yeah, I think I had a couple of panic attacks too.
Panic attacks do happen. I have experienced more than my fair share of panic attacks.
Yeah. So yeah, I kind of just from starting out from Dyer, and I mean there was some. I kind of before that I kind of got politically aware of stuff like immigration. Yeah. So basically, from just not being very aware to taking in a lot of information, and yeah.
So do you go to church at all, or?
Not really. No, I go with my family on Christmas and stuff like that. But I go to prayer rooms.
Prayer rooms are good. What are prayer rooms?
In some buildings have prayer rooms that are kind of secluded spaces that people can go to.
Wow, is this a Norwegian thing? I mean, we do have public buildings sometimes have prayer rooms, but like airports and stuff. But like, I'm not sure I would know where to find a prayer room other than actually to go to a church or synagogue or something here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think most universities have it.
Yeah, I mean, universities definitely, yes.
Yeah.
So did you just dox yourself? Are you a university student?
Yeah.
Aha. May I ask what you're studying?
Cybernetics.
Cybernetics.
Yeah.
That doesn't actually sound like a real thing to study unless you're getting a PhD. Are you getting a PhD?
No, definitely not.
Then, yeah. Sounds kind of bullshitish to me. Sorry. I love you, but still sounds kind of bullshitish. Cybernetics at an undergraduate level.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm pretty tempted just to become a tradesman or something and just stay away from the university.
I certainly approve of being a tradesman for the vast majority of people.
Yeah.
What kind of trade would you go into?
Electricity. That seems pretty interesting.
Well, we do have an electrician on stream with us.
Yeah, Andrew.
By the way, Andrew, I was on President Proxman's channel earlier today, and they were very, very mad at me for being mean to you.
What?
They were like, why are you so mean to Andrew? We love Andrew. He's the man. And I was like, because he deserves it.
Oh, that's rich.
Just getting corrected by his elder. That's how it is in traditional religions.
Yep. Andrew's learning how to be hazed by other men the way men do it.
Would you call it hazing?
Yes.
I mean, hazing, when I hear that word, I think of like the Russian army and the stuff they do with their new recruits.
Well, we're not Russian army hardcore. We're more like Israeli army hardcore, which means we just like call Americans and have them do everything for us. That was for Chazi's benefit. I was hazing Chazi there.
Yeah, Hesse.
I think. Yes.
You're the Zionist of YouTube, right?
I'm the Zionist of YouTube? I don't know if I'm the Zionist of YouTube.
No, of you and Jacob.
Oh, between the two of us? Yes, he's definitely more Zionist than I am.
I mean, I guess so, sure. I disagree with that a little, but yeah, because I believe that Jacob's also a Zionist. He just uses different terms.
It's just like the Christians.
He's just a little confused.
Jacob, you're a Christian too. We know you believe in Jesus.
You're right there, dude. You're right there.
Right there. Right there.
It's funny to me. I am doing well, thank God. I'm going into I have an interesting meeting, a potential. Well, no, it's a meeting which has potential to it. Some client, I don't know who it is because they weren't allowed to tell me the name, but I'm meeting them at a hotel today. And
so it's somebody extremely rich.
It is someone that I know. Yes, it's someone extremely, extremely rich. Yes. So I had to first. Well, that's less what's interesting to me. I mean, that's also interesting, but they are looking for. They're looking for a design director. And been told that the focus should really just be on the design. However, that's not like I have a hard time with that because, like, built into how I do things, I'm always trying to think also about, let's say, the budget, the timing, the management, and they're not asking for that. I'm gonna have to see how I need to do that properly. I just have a hard time sometimes splitting between those categories. For example, if I'm talking to this client right now, and it's not like I could go, if let's say I would want, if you're thinking about it like in a movie, I go inside and I'm acting all fabulous and I tell them, like, you're gonna get rid of all this wall and it's all gonna be gorgeous stained glass windows, for example. Okay, I would never say a comment like that because I would first want to know, what's your budget, what's the practicality, what's the timing, like all these questions before the design. So it might be a bad fit because they might be looking for someone like a little more wants to spend, and that's not. So it could be a bad fit.
What you need to do is learn to let your imagination run wild with you more often.
Right, that's what my partner said. Also, maybe the route to the return of profits. But I do, and I have an imagination. I love imagining things. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, so I'm just strategizing how I wanna take this meeting. But it also depends who I'm gonna meet. Is it a him? Is it a she? Is it a couple? Different dynamics bring out different parts of me.
It's definitely a female. There's no question whatsoever about it, because there are.
I'm also thinking it's probably a female.
It's without a doubt. Like, even if it's a guy, he's very effeminate, because a man always thinks of, okay, what are the practicalities of the situation? So, yeah. So I think it's probably a good thing you have the porn stash going, because
aside, that is something that in field I have to be very careful with. And I've had meetings which I've purposely brought part with me, much to his grin, or clients that I had to basically end the relationship because sometimes people lose their
Hezzy, you are so irresistible. I don't know how your wife lets you leave the house without a chastity belt.
No, that's not what I said. Okay. I'm just, you have to think of the dynamic that you usually the shopping and the one-on-one time is happening with the wife, because the husband is usually not involved. It's not always true, but even when the husband is involved, you have like an intense period where there's this guy doing everything to accommodate you, listening to you, talking to you, giving you attention. It's that sometimes could be confusing to people. But either way, I'm looking forward to a good week. So hopefully that will be successful. I posted this link. I don't know if you watched it, Jacob. It's with this rabbi that I'm going to be speaking to, and he's speaking to this Christian wood carver in English.
Is it that Gingy?
Harry, that redhead.
Yeah.
No, not Harry. This is a different redhead.
Different redhead.
Different headed. No, also with Harry, I need to do a Zoom. Do a stream. There's this other rabbi I need to do a stream with as well. More focused on, let's say, Christian relations. So that might be interesting.
I should probably bother your father, but I was hoping you might get him a copy of The Master and His Emissary first.
It was actually a different friend of mine just flew to Ian McGilchrist to interview him right now, and just dropped the interview as well. An Israeli guy. Yeah. He was also talking about The Master and the Emissary. But yeah, you could go talk to my dad again.
I really do wonder. I think your dad might really like Ian McGilchrist.
I agree. I also I think I've introduced him to his work years ago. Maybe after, I don't know if you would remember this, there was like a 30-minute interview with Jordan Peterson and Ian McGilchrist back in the day.
Yeah.
They discussed Kabbalah as well.
I remember.
And I think that video I sent my dad, who's into it. But you mentioned something which is true. My father, at his ripe old age of 74, may he live till 120, is a bit of a curmudgeon at this stage. And I don't I don't know if I can convince him of doing things anymore. He very much does his own thing at this point, which is fine.
Yeah, I kind of noticed when he sent me that paper he's working on. I sent some what I thought were incisive comments, and his response was, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, I was trying to kind of like give you other things you could be talking about.
I got that, and it doesn't mean that next week he won't be like, actually, that was a comment that made sense, and like think about it. But like his knee-jerk reaction usually is being like, I'm doing my thing. Whatever, all good. I love him. On a separate note,
he's your favorite father.
He is my favorite father. Yes. Do have a fantastic relationship with him, Baruch Hashem. To the electrical engineer, though, to Andrew, and to, I don't see the name of our young student over here, but I definitely recommend doing a trade. It will become even more valuable as AI takes over. Implementing these things in people's houses is, and unfortunately and fortunately, the reality is as such. 90% of being successful is literally just taking responsibility, showing up, keeping your head down, and doing the work. And we live in a reality, unfortunately, today where no one wants to work hard. But if you work hard, you will be successful. And if you're an electrician and you work hard, you very quickly become, there's far and few between electricians that become hard. And this also relates to Andrew, which is, whether it's doing city contracts or whether it's doing high-end homes, show up on time, think big picture, take responsibility. Everyone will want to work with you. And once everyone wants to work with you, Andrew, you could come on any site. You are the man. You could get crazy, crazy money as well doing these things. So you are on a great career path if you take it seriously. You could.
Andrew is constantly being offered overtime.
Of course, because I'm saying first of all, people are always, they're late. But any tradesman that finds, like any subcontractor that I find that is like legit or that's a mensch, it's like gold. I do everything I can to then make sure I could lock them in, pamper them, bring them into my project. Because once I have a team that works well, it's a completely different experience. So, Andrew, Take it seriously.
Thank you.
Those are
Andrew
my
doesn't
thoughts.
take anything seriously.
I know he's usually eating.
God help me.
We love you,
By the way,
Andrew.
Andrew. Also, by the amount of food you eat on streams, like it's strange that you haven't found like a sponsor yet. Yeah, like I don't know, like a granola bar or something. Find someone, say like, listen, I've been eating on stream for 7 years. There has to be some money you're making off this.
Not to my great shame, no.
No, there's this one time that I got to see Andrew being very nervous for me. And like, I think, I could be wrong, I think he was like upset. He felt like his chezi was being taken advantage of. When I was talking to those, what are they called? The lol cows? The trompers?
Yeah, the Thorpes. Yeah.
The Thorpes. And I saw a little side of
Protective Andrew.
Very protective Andrew. He was like, no.
Yeah, I heard of that.
That was cute. Jacobim, I saw the picture of your stream is an alien. Did I miss that conversation?
We discussed aliens a little bit. My whole thing is, well, I mean, I've told you, I don't trust Avi Loeb because I think he's probably some sort of Zionist. But like, I would be shocked if he doesn't have Mossad like connections. So
but let's say, okay, it's a Mossad connection. Is this a psyop or is it they're shady?
I don't know. And I don't trust Mossad further than I can throw the PLO. So
I told you, the two things that are strange to me are is it Chaim Eshed or Ami Eshed, the head of Israel's aerospace program, and the former defense minister of Canada. Both of these dudes saying that there's a galactic federation is just too bizarre to me.
They could grow senile. I mean, that Israeli guy was pretty old, right?
No, I'm saying he retired from running the space air program. He had exposed to a tremendous amount of classified information, known as uber reliable. Okay, he retired. 2 years later, comes out with a book. Not one person, not in the news. No one talks about it. No one comes out to call him out. Nothing. Now you could be like it's the Barbara Streisand effect, but just like this dude. He's the most trustworthy person in Israel, and 2 years later, nothing. No one, like, but then again, hearing the same thing from this defense minister in Canada, it's just so weird. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't know. Like, those two things are, like, strange for me.
Actually, there have been some astronauts before this. Like, there was an astronaut called Edgar Mitchell. He was a believer in, I think, some sort of extraterrestrial stuff, and also he was like a parapsychology guy as well. So people that have actually traveled, in outer space, some of them at least, have believed in such things.
It makes you. I don't know how to calibrate it though with what's happening here on the ground. Let's pretend for a moment. Let's pretend it's true. There is a galactic federation. Okay? According to that theory of the galactic federation, we were told that basically Trump knows about it, Russia knows about it, China knows about it, but like we humans are still like basically children in kindergarten, and like if we don't get our act together, there's no joining the coalition, basically, or this. There's no joining this Galactic Federation. Sorry. If that's the case, then knowing that when you're looking at the world powers, what are they doing? Like what? So what's happening? Like, is it then Donald Trump saying, okay, these people exist, but basically they're not getting involved until we figure stuff out. So I could do what I want because there's no actual pressure. Am I doing something specific because I'm trying to appease some sort of, as in like, is there a larger plan behind this? But the second you think about that, you have to think like, wait, then I don't know. Other people don't know. How are people not sharing this information? I don't know. This whole thing is like, and maybe that's the point. It's too grand to start creating like a theory. But I don't know if that makes any sense to you, Jacob.
I knowing how governments and people function, the idea that large numbers of people actually have access to this information and keeping a secret, like that makes zero sense to me. People are really bad at keeping secrets.
But a lot of people
you would
are.
think like, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say a lot of people get easily bamboozled too. So
yeah, I have a much easier time believing like there are, J. Edgar Hoover type people in the government running a psyop on all of the elected officials than I do believing there's a galactic federation of aliens. Like I could believe the FBI like pulls every new president aside and is like, Mr. President, I would like to introduce you to the president of the Galactic Federation. And it's like this beautiful woman who like is wearing weird makeup and they're like,
why are you assuming it's like Star Wars, right? It could be like it could be a thing of gas, right? We don't know how this actually.
No.
Like,
See, if I was running an operation like that, it would definitely be a beautiful woman. Like if you're just trying to like get some weird politician to like play ball.
Okay, so then the question is, what is the lie? Let's say, okay, I'm with you. They take Stephanie from Zorgon 3 and they're like, this is the princess. Talk to her, okay?
Yeah.
How are they doing that to, like, I could see Trump being gullible. How are they doing that to Russia, China, and to Israel? Especially
what are
when
you talking about? You think Chairman Xi is above some sort of honey trap, beautiful alien, like what are you talking about? Like I think Xi is even more likely than Trump to end up be banging like some floozy
I got you. So
alien.
So okay, so this is somewhat related. Can you check online for a second what Putin and Xi's interpreter overheard them talking about?
Sure. Xi Putin interpreter.
Oh man. Now I'm getting interested.
2020 September 3rd, 2025. Hot mic catches Xi and Putin discussing organ transplants and immortality. Chinese President
Now,
Xi
don't you-
Jinping. What?
Yeah. Go ahead.
And Russian President Vladimir Putin have been overheard discussing organ transplants as a means of prolonging life on the sidelines of a military parade in Beijing. Putin suggested even eternal life could be achievable as a result of innovations in biotechnology, according to a translation of remarks caught on a hot mic. The unguarded moment was captured on a live stream carried by Chinese state TV as the two leaders and North Korea's Kim Jong-un walked together through China's historic Tiananmen Square. Xi and Putin have been in power for 13 and 25 years, respectively. Neither has expressed any intention of stepping down. Standing shoulder to shoulder with North Korean and Russian leaders, China's president used his Victory Day spectacle to project an alternate vision for the future of the world order. However, their private conversations. What? Hold on. Let's
you
see
got that. Stop for a
Yeah.
I was gonna say pause there. Now look at human trials, Dr. Sinclair. Longevity medicine.
Is this some alien technology?
I don't know. I'm just connecting dots right now.
Dr. Sinclair.
Are the aliens coming to show us a better mRNA technology, maybe?
Longevity science is overhyped, but this research could really could change humanity. From 1 month ago, scientists testing controversial human rejuvenation compound called ER100
on the Yamanaka strand. Now see what their results have been on mice and monkeys. A 75% success rate on reversing their age completely.
The
like
first
Benjamin
ever
Button.
reverse aging drug was just injected into a human. I don't know how much I believe this stuff.
Okay, so now that I did that little framing, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going back to the alien question. You would agree that Putin and Xi are not bound by the same regulations that America and the West are, correct?
Okay.
So they're messing around with whatever they want to be messing around with. So here too, my question is if we see that they're having that kind of conversation, right? You would think something would slip also about the aliens, right? Because they don't care, right? They're the bad actor. So either this Galactic Federation has everyone by the ball, so to speak, and no one could do anything, and that's why in a certain sense it almost doesn't matter, as in there's a realization that they're not going to get involved, so we could basically do what we want if we want to, or I don't know, or I just don't trust those two jerks, and clearly they're messing around, I don't know.
So kind of like
that conversation to me was yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So kind of like the aliens are the new Illuminati, the all-powerful overlords.
Or they always were.
I would like the Xi thing, the Xi Putin thing. Cynical me says Putin knows what Xi's interests are, and I could totally believe Xi wants to live forever, and Putin was trying to insinuate that he might have such technology. I could totally see. I don't trust. I don't.
I mean, you see this technology exists.
It does.
I'm sure One second.
See, this
So,
is the
Jacob,
thing. Like
For mice and monkeys.
these rich people want to live forever, and there's plenty of people willing to sell them dreams of living forever.
No, but Jacob. So take off your cynical hat for a second, okay? Because like, let's pretend at some point, right? You'll be like, if that happens in history, you might have been on the precipice right now of finding that out. So go see what the trials were. Like the FDA approved it to be on humans right now. Go see what the results have been on monkeys and mice, and it's insane. It's crazy.
Hezzy, I'll believe it in 20 years.
Yeah,
It's
like
so
long-term
late from
studies.
now.
That
20 years in here. Like you
Yeah,
could be this is how the movie starts. You know, the movie starts with they saying they're starting human trials, and then you see like the screen.
Yeah, but I'm the guy in the movie who's like, don't tell me about your scientific discovery until it's been tried for 20 years.
Yeah, likewise. We're the curmudgeons.
Yes.
Like, show us, come back when you have the evidence. Otherwise, leave us alone.
Hezzy is like confirmation bias of messianic times 20.
No, he's right about that one.
Yeah.
Everything else, we don't know about that, but stopped clock, right?
If you say so. If you say
Okay,
so.
all right. Dude, my parents are they're going bonkers over AI. They're like, Andrew, you gotta know, this is the next big thing.
What is the next big thing?
Dude, the AI revolution. Like, we're talking data centers. We're talking self-driving cars. We're talking solar arrays to power the self-driving cars that you buy a taxi and have the self-driving car act as your taxi and make you passive income.
Yeah, wait a minute. On the self-driving car thing, did you see the thing about the Tesla driving into the house?
No, haven't seen
that. So there was a thing in Texas.
Mhm.
There was a Tesla with the autopilot, probably AI activated, and he rode full steam into a house and killed a woman.
Wow. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm guessing AI drivers are a lot safer than human drivers.
But I don't really know how the autopilot in Tesla works. If it was
like your cognition.
Have you seen how human beings drive? Come on.
Yeah, I'm a pretty terrible driver, but this is the thing, that this Tesla apparently was autopiloted.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I don't expect a zero failure rate.
Yeah, but
Andrew, do you know what all those data centers need? An electrician.
Oh yeah, DC electricity too, I think.
You see, the thing is, everyone who's not a tradesman keeps telling me that the trades are amazing.
Yeah, because the trades, like the one, like what AI can't do is what tradesmen do.
You see, everyone who's not a tradesman keeps telling me that the trades are amazing.
They are.
I mean, in terms of job security,
you see, everyone that's not a tradesman keeps telling me that the trades are amazing.
Correct. This is.
I mean, they're right. They're right when it comes to job security. Right? A lot of software jobs are kind of going away or getting strongly cut.
I mean, that's what Trey is worried about.
Yeah.
You know, everyone who's not a tradesman. How's it going, Hezzy?
Maybe the aliens can get us some better
Jesse, we
internet.
can't hear you.
How many G's can the aliens get us? Like
It's
10,
all about
10?
the beautiful alien women.
Oh, there he goes. He's gone. He's gone again. What can I say?
All the
You see-
beautiful alien women are going to be the tradesmen of the future.
Yeah, Jacob. Everyone who's not a tradesman.
What do the tradesmen tell you?
They tell me stay away from Dean.
Stay away from what?
From nicotine.
They're right. Stay away from nicotine.
Yeah.
Are you staying away from nicotine?
Best I can. Yeah.
The best
How
you
old-
can.
How old are you, Andrew?
I am 22.
Okay, so also no weed for another 3 years.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, because 25 is that's the when the brain is developed.
Correct. Neuroplasticity. I mean, you have neuroplasticity even afterwards, but not at the same degree, and not when like your synapses are still like are in full mode. But Andrew, I work with tradesmen all day. Okay, they all drive nicer cars than I do.
I believe
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
but that's
Uh-huh.
partially because they don't know how to spend their money.
By the way, that's also
I
true.
believe it, yeah.
That's also true. But in the tech industry in Israel right now, okay, a starting salary could be, you'll have to convert it into dollars.
Just
But
divide by
it's-
3.
Right, which is horrible right now, which is 22,000 shekel a month. Right, so what is that in dollars?
88,000 a year.
7,000 some.
Right, a month. That sort of thing. That's like again, and the average Israeli salary is 11,000 shekel a month.
Okay.
Okay.
Got that. Mhm.
So double the Israeli salary. If you are a Tyler, right? You are making. If you're a Tyler, you could be making 55,000 NIS a month. If you're an electrician, you could maybe be making like 35,000 NIS a month.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Significantly more.
Mm-hmm.
And these things are again like super needed, and Claude is just getting rid of those tech bros, but it's not replacing any of the electricians.
Mm-hmm.
Stay focused.
Thank you.
Wes, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Jacob. How about yourself?
I am not beating the stupid level with 100% efficiency. I hate efficiency challenges.
Nice. So,
Jacob, sorry, go ahead, Wes.
I was just going to say, the stream that I came on a few days ago, it was unfortunate that the conversation got cut off right at a really good moment.
What were we talking about? I'm sorry, my brain is not.
It was the infamous Gavin Ortland stream.
Aha.
Yeah, it was the first time I came on, and right after I came on, he came on, and then the conversation totally shifted and never really returned to where it was.
Yeah, people were mad at me. They were like, Jacob, you're fangirling. I don't
Yeah, I
think
disagree with
fangirling.
I disagree with that, and I was on that stream where people just were discussing like the fangirling. It was specifically Mark Parker, which I completely did not understand that whole take. It was very strange that he thought that's what was happening. I didn't understand what he was expecting. I mean, he said like the guy jumps on, he's asking questions. Why on earth would we not be like Abraham and show a tremendous amount of haknasat orchim? So like,
honestly, I almost stopped you, Chazi, and I was like, give Dr. Ortland his proper respect. You kept on calling him Gavin, and that just felt weird to me.
I didn't know he was a doctor, but sure, okay.
Well, I mean, the fact that the stream was about him, I mean, it made sense that there was a moment of, oh my gosh, the guy that we were just talking about is now on the stream, which was obviously very unexpected.
Honestly, I was more self-conscious over the fact that, like, the thumbnail showed, like, it was not a flattering thumbnail. It was not a flattering it was a joke, but he doesn't know me well enough to know.
Jacob, I think I disagree. Like, you were saying how, like, I gave him the riot rack.
I did.
Right. So I think both are very important. I'm very okay with him coming into a stream where, quote unquote, people are owning him, and then him to witness what that looks like when it's not Christian YouTube. Like, if you're gonna join the stream, Gavin, and talk to us, no one's like gonna corner you and start chastising you. Like, we want to talk, we want to understand.
Well, I did chastise him. I'm like, that your beliefs are satanic.
That's true.
I know, but it's with love, right? He was smiling, he was laughing, everyone was laughing over there. Did it feel like think how intense either a conversation like this could be, or even, let's say, I don't want to cast shade. Plenty of conversations where these get insanely heated, these get very intense. That's not what he was witnessing.
I don't know Gavin Ortland very well. I don't know how he felt about me going like, you're going to have.
Yeah, and Jacob, you didn't start out with that. Like you introduced him and said, "Welcome to the stream," and like you didn't get into his, abhorrent doctrine that you hate for a little bit, right? You didn't start off with that.
I wasn't even sure I should have at all.
He gave it maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. But it was a friendly introduction, and he was welcome, and everybody was, talking to him nicely, and it was.
I felt
it was
that
fun.
I felt like, listen, if he would have stayed on for another hour, we obviously would have got back into a conversation. But because you don't know the duration of his time over there, and because he was also asking about, let's say, what the TLC is, I thought that the best idea is to just take a step back and just showcase to him, see the diversity in front of you right now, and realize that there could be conversations held in much more diverse circles, and that's it. That's what I wanted him to experience.
Yeah. I thought it was totally fine the way it went. I was just disappointed that the conversation never resumed to where it was, because Paul was in the middle of describing something, and Jacob asked him a very relevant question, which was, "Where is your apostolic succession?" And that never really got answered. And it was a moment where I would have liked to have heard Paul's answer about that.
Well, Paul doesn't generally answer questions like that. Like, the only reason the conversation got as far as it did was Paul was jet lagged. Like, he doesn't have these conversations very often.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why which is one of the reasons, part of the reason I got on the stream. I wanted there to be another person who's Eastern Orthodox that, might not have agreed with everything that was being said at that point. And I wanted to make sure that I at least was able to add a thought about, at least the creed being a pretty important part, which Father Stephen did make that point in his video to Dr. Ortland.
The Nicene Creed?
Yeah, that's like, you can't just throw that out or say it doesn't matter, which is kind of what was being said, I felt like, on the stream. Like, you know, oh, this doesn't really matter. I think someone said, well, we don't really know what it means. You have to say it, but we don't really know what it means.
Well, okay, that's Luke. Luke retreats to incoherence whenever.
Oh, 1 second, Jacob. Is there not something called like the mysterium in Christianity? Like, and again, I don't know, but I'm saying
no. The creed is not mysterious. Like the Nicene Creed is the least mysterious thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it's a statement of faith that was, you know, developed. It was clarifying. The doctrine itself wasn't developed, but the statement was clarifying what we believe, and is a very important part of the faith.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, there was these things being said on the stream like, oh, you know, it's just propositions and it doesn't really matter. And I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is, you know.
Would you,
okay, Wes, I have a question, Wes.
Yeah.
Are you cradle Orthodox or like what's your journey?
No, I actually was baptized last year, so
okay.
I'm you know, pretty
history?
new. So I was raised Mormon, and devout Mormon home. Left that as a teenager. I was, you know, it didn't fit for me. I was kind of rebellious, and you know, kind of had to. No, I never got that far. I started, you know, kind of breaking all the Mormon rules. You know, as a kid, you know, don't tell me what I can't do. I'm going to do what I want. Just a kind of a bad attitude, and had to kind of learn some things the hard way, you know, and basically got tired of that after a while, and said, what am I doing? You know, this is not helpful.
How much do you know about my my Mormon adventures?
Oh, nothing. I don't know anything about your Mormon adventures.
That was a whole arc on my channel. So
okay.
We'll have to discuss it at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to hear about that.
When did you get into the TLC?
So it was late 2023 that I first came across a video by Paul. He was discussing Ayaan Hirsi Ali becoming a Christian. And I have followed her for years, so I'm guessing that's why that came up in my feed. And then somehow through, you know, initially I watched that video, and then I learned he was a Calvinist, and I share Jacob's opinion about, you know, penal substitutionary atonement. I think it's absolutely horrible. And I learned he was a Calvinist, and I was like, oh, I'm not sure I want to watch what this guy has to say, because I think that's a horrible doctrine. But I was interested enough in Ayaan Hirsi Ali that I thought, I'll give it a chance. And he seemed like an interesting guy. He didn't seem like many of the Calvinists that I have interacted with. So
he's not actually a Calvinist. He's actually Catholic, but he grew up Calvinist. Like he and by Catholic I mean he's the type of person who believes what his parents taught him. Like he's incredibly conservative, and that's why he's such a boomer. Mm-hmm. Like he believes all the liberal things because the conservative thing as he was growing up was to believe all the liberal things, mm-hmm. which is the most hilarious thing in the world.
Yeah. I've noticed he doesn't have those conversations very often, and he doesn't seem like a Calvinist much of the time. I'm like, how is it that you still identify as a Calvinist? Because many of the things you say don't seem to align with that very much.
He just believes, like, he's like, okay, this is the church that my parents raised me in.
He's on his own journey. He's going through his own journey.
No, he's not. he's not journeying anywhere. He's like, this is where I stand. I can do no other.
I've heard him say stuff like that. Like, I remain a Calvinist. Yeah.
Do you think PVK 2026 is the same PVK of First Way Jordan Peterson? His interactions with you, his interactions with Sam. Do you think you're talking about the same guy with the same beliefs? Do you not think his appreciation of even his relationship with God probably intensified because of TLC?
I'm sure it did, but at the same time, Paul, I believe, is the guy that if he believed that, like, why shouldn't gay people get married? Okay, like, I don't care. And when the synod,
it's not so conservative.
He's like, if the synod says I should believe this, that's what I'm gonna believe. And like,
interesting.
I'll never forget. I was talking to this guy, really nice, young evangelical guy, and he's like, and I'm like, which denomination are you? And he named, like, he's Moravian or something. He's like, I guess now. I'm like, what do you mean you guess now? He's like, well, my church voted, and so we changed denominations. I'm like, what do you mean your church voted? He's like, well, I voted against it. I'm like, okay, so you voted against it. Your church changed denominations.
Kol asher yerucha.
What does that mean?
However they shall lead you, right? And it's a verse in the Bible, right?
Okay.
Left or right, you shall do what the judges tell you.
Wait, what's the radical explanation of the left and right?
What does Rashi say? If they tell you white, white is black and black is white,
no,
right is left and right
left is right. Exactly. If they tell you right is left and left is right, you do what they say.
Yeah. And like, yeah, no, it's incredible kibul ol, which means accepting the yoke of heaven, and I like. From a Jewish standpoint, like, that is, I call it Catholicism, but that's like a perfectly defensible position to be like, okay, this is my community. This is what I'm going to do. These are who my elders are. These are the people I love. This is my family. Like, God loves that. That's a person being obedient and loving and all that stuff. At the same time, I can never imagine myself, like, it certainly is not how I lived my life. If that's how I lived my life, like, I would never have a channel like this.
Understood. I mean, likewise, I understand that. I was being, a little tongue in cheek, but I'm leaving PVK for a second, and I'm going back to Wes. So 2023. You see friendly PVK, he's talking about his thing, and months later you realize, like, you're neck deep into the TLC. So, like, what has this relationship, what has this experience been for you?
Yeah, well, and that's the interesting part is initially I had no knowledge of the TLC at all. So I was completely clueless about the TLC, but I other videos started coming across my feed from people in the TLC, like Jonathan Peugeot and John Vervaeke. And so I started, watching those, but I still didn't know what the TLC was or anything about that. But I was very intrigued by all those, conversations, and especially Peugeot, and had never really heard anybody talk like that. So the more I heard him speak, the more I was like, wow, this guy is really interesting. And then I learned he was Orthodox. Didn't know anything about Orthodoxy, had never, had no knowledge of it at all. And because of my background in Mormonism, being very skeptical of religion in general, I was a fan of Jesus and the Bible, and I had dabbled in Protestantism over the years. I'm 51 now, but have been struggling with where I belong and all of this stuff, but could never really join a church, and so when I learned Peugeot was Orthodox, I'm like, what is that? And I see him having priests on his channel, and I'm like, oh, I don't know about this. I don't know what this is. And eventually decided that I would at least go to an Orthodox church because I can't just throw this out, without at least checking it out and see what it is. And long story short, I went and I was blown away and had no category for it. And eventually started going. Now here's where the TLC comes in. So around the time that I first went to my first Orthodox service, actually not the first one, but the first church I went to, it was there's 2 Orthodox churches in my area. It was actually the second one that I went to. 2 weeks after that was the Northwestuary Conference, which is 30 minutes from my house. So that was when I learned about the TLC. And I met this guy named Jeremy at that conference, who was an ex-Mormon who became Orthodox. Jeremy Firth, yes. And at that conference, I watched him, and this totally blew my mind. So he told me his whole story, and then I watched him pour out his heart in gratitude to Paul for helping him become Orthodox. And I'm like, how this doesn't fit your theology at all, Paul, because you believe that there's really no free will and people are either damned or saved from the beginning, and you helped this guy become an Orthodox Christian. Like, what do you do with that? So that's why I've always been confused by his claim to be Calvinist. Anyway, right before I went to that conference, that was when I first saw a stream, and you were actually on it, Jacob. It was Paul and Chad when he still wore that mask, and Mark Parker and yourself, and you were very unhappy on the stream. You were offended or something, and you were telling them hey guys, I'm not cool with this. It wasn't a very long stream, but I was like, oh, these are all people who know each other. This is interesting. And so I went into that conference just very clueless about what it was, and met Chad and some of these other people in the community. So it's been an interesting kind of after the fact thing for me, and I haven't really gone on many streams. I think I did one with Chad and Sherry a long time ago, but I watched all your stuff with Father Stephen and really have enjoyed that. And it's been an interesting journey for sure. So that's the very condensed version of my story.
So thank you for sharing that. Truly. Do you mind if I ask also one more question, which is, and specifically you said Father Stephen DeYoung and Jacob. So as a Christian and a newly Orthodox Christian, what are your thoughts of the diversity in the TLC, and B of the conversations between Jacob and Stephen DeYoung?
Well, as far as the diversity of the TLC, I think it has a role for people, for sure. It's an interesting space, and I'm grateful for it in terms that it helped me, find orthodoxy for sure. I think it's going to serve different purposes for different people, probably. I have noticed that sometimes, in some cases, some of the conversations seem somewhat circular, and they kind of go around and around. It just depends, there's obviously lots of different conversations going. What I like about Jacob and Jacob's channel is just Jacob's, as Jacob himself has said, you know what you get with Jacob. Like it's right there. He's not pretending. He says exactly what he thinks, and I appreciate that. As far as his conversations with Father Stephen, they're great. They're interesting. They're informative. They're entertaining. Like it's a very well-rounded thing. And what I like about Father Stephen in particular is his just knowledge. And, you know, it's important to have someone who knows what they're talking about. Right. And so he knows what he's talking about. Jacob knows what he's talking about. And the conversation, you know, between Judaism and Orthodoxy is just fascinating and just super helpful, you know, as someone who has become Orthodox, because I do believe it is true. Like it seems to have weight, unlike any other of the other, you know, Christian groups out there, and I've explored lots of them. Yeah, someone like Father Stephen really is helpful in that regard, and yeah, the conversations with Jacob are just great. I look forward to them, you know, anytime they happen.
Awesome. I'll just note that I've also noticed, and many others have noticed, that sometimes conversations on the TLC can become circular. And sometimes it's because no one's really offering anything new. Other times, though, there is an idea in Judaism. Jacob, how do you translate hafochba kikula ba?
How did I know you were going to say that?
Maybe
search
because
within
we're
it,
both
search
Orthodox
within
Jews.
it, for all things are within it.
Wait, could you repeat that?
Search within it, search within it, for all things are within it.
And that's in reference to the Torah, but I'm doing a cut and paste over here. Definitely within the Christian, and this is also something I told to Gavin, as a Jew looking from the outside. I think Jacob is with me about this as well, and I know Yosef is, which is like sort of a side project, so to speak, from, let's say, the Jews' involvement in the TLC, and not to sound patronizing, is to model in a certain sense and to assist different Christian denominations to interact between themselves and model a little how Jews do that. For thousands of years, our version, the way we discuss these things is combative, but all in for heaven's sake. And you do have conversations that go round and round because you keep on looking at something from a different angle. I believe sometimes that happens in the TLC as well. And for that to happen, you need to be able to just ruminate on an idea again and again and again.
Yeah. And I think that maybe the difference, at least this is a thought that comes to mind, the difference with the TLC is that it's not necessarily the same idea that's being ruminated on, right? Like it's a bunch of different stuff and different people and different conversations and different personalities, which I'm sure is true with what you're saying too, to some degree. But within Judaism, it's specific enough to that faith, right? That you guys all agree to some degree on like the core parts of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I much more so than Yosef and Kazi think that there are definitely creedal parts of Orthodox Judaism, but even arguing about that is a part of the arguments our tradition has been having. What I think a lot of people don't understand about the Talmud is it really is a record of an argument. You don't study Talmud to get doctrine. You study Talmud to learn how to argue. And that's just so different from how most people view their religious texts. I compare it to like a cookbook. you don't read a cookbook to get the recipes for what you're going to cook. You read a cookbook to learn how to cook.
Mm.
And then you might change the recipe very drastically from what is in the cookbook, but you're still using you might use very different ingredients, but you're still using whatever skills you learned from the cookbook.
Hmm. Yeah. So the cookbook, in that analogy, is the cookbook the Talmud or the Bible?
No, that's definitely the Talmud. Yeah,
Okay.
the Talmud is the cookbook. The Bible is the oven.
Okay.
I would add to that, continuing with that analogy, that unlike regular cookbooks, the Talmud cookbook, when it gives you its quote unquote ideal recipe, it also mentions at the bottom of the page all the minority recipes that that didn't make the cut. Nevertheless, in theory, you as an individual could start exploring those recipes as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
And that's maybe where the TLC part comes in,
Yeah.
because
Okay,
there's all these. Oh, go ahead.
I have some questions, Wes. When you were a kid, did you ever go participate in the baptisms for the dead in the temple?
That is one thing I did. Yes. Shortly before my complete exit from Mormonism. Yes, I did do that.
And what was your experience doing that?
Well, I had two different occasions that I did it. I did it once in the Seattle temple, and I did it once in the Portland temple.
Okay.
And I would say on both occasions it was a little weird. I felt strange doing it. I didn't really understand it.
Mhm.
It was odd. Yeah, the whole thing just kind of made me a little uncomfortable, honestly. It's a strange part of Mormonism that is totally unbiblical as far as I understand it. I think there's a part in the New Testament where Paul even talks about that we don't do baptisms for the dead. So yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff about Mormonism. That's just one of the many.
Yeah.
Why do you
I'm
ask?
pausing for a sec. I'm pausing for a second. Okay. Just want to show you guys something.
Chezzy, you're
Look at
droiding
that.
on us.
This is a beautiful washing station. You know? And I
We
was
can
going to
barely
build
see you. Let me make it bigger.
What is that?
What is it?
washing station. Okay. Brought these from Morocco.
From Morocco.
Yeah, I'm gonna cover this old stone. The price was crazy. So I brought this fantastic artisan to have it be made to look like stone. And she's doing this fantastic plaster work over here. She still has to wrap around over here. Look how awesome that is. Wow. Okay. And Yoni's here, my AC dude. And Hassan's here, my fantastic contractor. All right. Catch you guys later.
Later, Chezzy.
See you later. So is that question related to your adventures with Mormonism?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, I'm
I
curious
did
about that.
not believe. I was very, very I was very postmodern in my beliefs regarding, or modern, however you want to call it. My views about the demonic were very and the supernatural were very metaphorical. And then I had my adventures in the LDS, and now I very, very much believe in actual demons actually getting involved in things.
Yep.
And Christians somewhat misunderstand what I mean by that. Sometimes they think I think the LDS is demonic, and in some ways I do, but I also believe that demons get involved where there is the most holiness. And so yeah, I mean, you can see the videos on my channel where I got involved with the LDS, and it was quite an experience. And regarding the baptisms for the dead, if I wanted to design a ritual that was incredibly dangerous and powerful, I would probably do something like the baptism of the dead. And the last people in the world that I would commission to do something like that would be a bunch of teenagers. And just I ask people about their experiences. I have heard some hair-raising things, but inviting the souls of the damned to inhabit your teenage kids may be the dumbest idea anybody has ever had in the history of humanity.
100%. Yeah. Very, very insane. Mormonism, I think, has all kinds of connections to the occult. Joseph Smith was involved with it. This is documented, well documented. His whole family was into this kind of stuff. He had talisman. He was, into this stuff. He was a Mason. All these things that are clearly related to that. The blood oaths. I don't know how much you know about all this stuff, but I mean, it's dark stuff ultimately, and it's all cloaked now in this religion of quote unquote very nice, friendly people that for the most part, I think that's true of most Mormons. They're not intentionally doing this. You're born into it, and you don't know anything else, and so you just go along and get along and whatnot. But once you start going down the rabbit hole, I mean, it's a rabbit hole that never ends, really. It's crazy.
So if you haven't looked into the story of Zena Young Smith, she was married many times, including to Smith and Young. She her story is just heartbreaking. And there's many things like that, and when I found out that Utah quite likely has the highest teen suicide rate of any place in the United States, that was this makes a lot of sense.
Not only that, that's not the only thing they're the highest in. You know what the other things they're highest in are?
Go ahead.
Plastic surgery, pharmaceutical drugs, and prescription drugs in particular. Pharmaceuticals and pornography.
Yeah.
Number one for all of those, including teen suicide. Yep.
Yeah.
So not a coincidence at all, I don't think. I mean, the Mormon temple has occultic symbols related to it, especially the original Mormon temples. The angel Moroni sits atop all of them. And do you know the parallels of Mormonism and Islam?
No.
I mean, the parallels of Mormonism and Islam are will blow your mind. Okay, so here we go. We have an angel appearing to Muhammad. We have an angel appearing to Joseph Smith. They both give a new scripture that's related to the Bible, and in the case of the Book of Mormon, directly plagiarizes entire chapters out of the Book of Isaiah is the one I'm most familiar with, like an entire chapter of the Book of Isaiah, and it has the same grammatical errors that the King James Version had at that time, the exact same ones.
Right.
So this is clear plagiarism, right? But so anyway, back to the parallels, right? This angel who's supposedly revealing new scripture to these men who are essential to this new faith, right? Muhammad is his prophet. What is it? Allah is the God, one true God, and Muhammad is his prophet, right? That's what they say, right? And the same thing is true of Mormonism. You can't divorce Mormonism from Joseph Smith. You have to accept Joseph Smith as a prophet who restored the one true gospel of the one true church that fell away shortly after Christ's ascension, right? So these guys are key, and they were both polygamists, they were both pedophiles, they were both criminals, right? So the parallels are quite interesting, and they're obviously separated by hundreds of years and, a different continent and whatnot, but potentially I think it was the same demon who appeared to both of them.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't even remember the exact numerological parallels, but yeah, when I was having my adventures in Mormonism, I was like, ooh, yeah.
Oh, Mendeism, right? The left Ginza. They have the exact same story of the flood. Exact same.
Who does?
Except they had one sentence. They say a crow was eating a body of one of the giants.
What is this from?
This is the Left Ginza, whatever, chapter 12 or book 12 or whatever.
Of what book?
So there's this very tiny religion that claims to follow John the Baptist and not Jesus. That naturally I was curious about, right?
Natural.
And they don't like Moses. They don't like whatever.
They don't like Jesus.
They don't like Jesus. They like Abraham. They like Adam, and they like Enoch. So I was like, okay, well, I guess that's enough. That's enough people for me to check it out. Anyhow, you'd think that they wouldn't copy from the Torah, right? They don't like Moses, right? So why would they do that? But the story of the flood that makes it in.
I mean, the Epic of Gilgamesh also has the flood.
Yeah, but it's the exact same as the Torah.
Oh, they just word for word copied it.
They added one sentence, which is about the crow eating one of the bodies of the people who were killed by the flood, but the rest is all the same.
So it's like direct plagiarism from Genesis.
Yeah.
Except for that sentence.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and Joseph Smith did that too out of Genesis. In the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible, he has entire sections in there, but then he inserts himself into Genesis.
Really?
Oh, yeah. The Joseph Smith translation, he has himself prophesied coming someday, right?
I have not heard of this. This news.
Yes. So the mainstream church does not use this version because it's obviously absurd, and it would make them look even more foolish than they already look much of the time when stuff gets revealed about their church. And so the people who use it are the more fundamentalist groups, the split off groups, which are the true Mormons, by the way. The mainstream church is not faithful to the original stuff. The schismatic groups, those guys are the true Mormons because they follow everything that Joseph Smith and Brigham Young said. The polygamy, all that stuff, that's the real Mormonism. And it's clearly insane.
See, I think the Strangites, like, they seem more, I think that's their name. They're somewhat of a new group, but like, they seem very much more devoted to Joseph Smith. Although I have to say, like, the people who, like, what are they called? The Church of Christ, that,
yeah,
you know, they, I don't know, it's a very interesting group. You know, Father Stephen Damick, Andrew Stephen Damick, is like, he is a huge Mormon history buff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about that a little bit. I actually met him and Father Stephen. I went to the last Lord of Spirits conference and was able to chat with them a little bit. We talked about Mormonism a little bit. The other guy, Richard Rowland, was there as well. And he agrees with me about the demon who appeared to Muhammad being the same demon who appeared to Joseph Smith. He thinks that's a likely possibility because of all the similarities. But I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the amount of schismatic groups with Mormonism, there's like 80 different groups if you follow all of them.
Very small.
Yeah.
Very small.
That's true. Very small. But they adhere to those teachings much more stridently. You know, the mainstream church has wanted to basically conform to, you know, being accepted politically and whatnot, which is why all the changes have happened within the Mormon doctrine, right? Over time, you know, it comes out that we don't allow black people to hold the Mormon priesthood. All of a sudden, we get a new revelation that says, "Oh, well, God changed His mind about that." You know that.
Well, yeah, but Joseph Smith himself ordained black people.
Exactly, and that's the ironic part of all this stuff. Like, none of it is consistent at all. Like, it's so clearly a man-made religion. Like, this is not something of God, like, even remotely. And that becomes very clear once you start to really study it and go down all the rabbit holes you can go down, which I've gone down most of them, and it's not sustainable at all.
Is your family still Mormon?
Well, my father passed away. He remained a Mormon until he passed away in 2012. And unfortunately, we were estranged. He did not want to have these kind of conversations, and obviously, I am someone who does want to have these conversations. And I used to argue with people on the internet for years, back in the days of message boards, to try to have those conversations that he wouldn't have with me, and those didn't really go anywhere.
Letter played a big part in your life.
Say again, sorry.
The CES letter.
Well, in my case, so first tell me what you mean by that.
So there's a letter from the CES which got printed, I guess, in the 80s or something, but it became a huge deal among ex-Mormons on Reddit and stuff.
Are you talking about the guy, the church CES stands for Church Education System?
Yeah.
And you're talking about the guy who was a seminary teacher who basically found out about all these things and published this letter? Is that the one you're referring to?
This is from 2013. So it's probably after your entire ex-Mormon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, long after. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
so
might
mine was.
find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. Yeah, mine was in the 90s, and I had to go to the public library. There was no internet, so I had to do all this research, in the old way of actual books and things like that. And the story you mentioned about the wife of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, I found a book called Wife Number 19, which was about one of Brigham Young's wives. And just what a tragic story, like just unbelievable. Very sad. That whole thing, I could go on and on about that. I mean, Brigham Young was basically a dictator who ruled Utah with an iron fist. I mean, there was no one else out there, so he could pretty much do whatever he wanted, and he did. And most of that's been covered up, the Mountain Meadows Massacre and all these other things. I don't know how much you know about all that, but it's a crazy story that, a lot of people don't know about. And Mormon Church is got a lot of money and a lot of power. And although it's had a mass exodus since the internet, a lot of people have found out, maybe this thing isn't what we thought it was.
I think they might actually. Become more and more mainstream, just normal Christians. But this is the Zena Diantha Huntington's Jacobs Young that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
She she was married to her husband. His last name is Jacobs, and she was Henry Jacobs, her first husband. And she was a very devout Mormon. And Joseph Smith was constantly propositioning her, and she refused him. So I think it was Smith who sent her husband on a mission. Yeah. And then
one of those. Oh yeah.
And then after Smith died, Young basically just moved her into his house and took her as a wife. And apparently her entire she kept a diary of everything, and the diary is available. And from everything I've heard, it's just an incredibly sad story of a very faithful woman who loved her husband being abused first by Joseph Smith and then Brigham Young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds very sad, and probably not the only story like that, he was notorious for his many wives and just the lengths he would go to. I mean, Doctrine and Covenants 132, I don't know how much you know about all this stuff, but that's the Mormon scripture where the angel of the Lord appears to Joseph Smith and actually appears to his current wife, his only wife at the time, his only legal wife, and tells her, Emma, that if you do not accept the new wives of your husband, you will be destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't appear to her. Sorry. Joseph Smith told her that that's what he said. And, talk about
but she
first
went
class.
to her death. I mean, she went to her death claiming that he was never a polygamist.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of weird stories like that, I don't know what to make of all of those. I don't know how that is possible that, unless she just was in utter denial and didn't want to admit it or something. I don't know.
So
It's
I have a good friend who is one of these Strangites, and he is of the belief that Brigham Young manufactured a lot of things after Joseph Smith died to try to prove that Joseph Smith was also a polygamist. Like, he thinks all the racist stuff is Brigham Young. Like, basically, Brigham Young is the evil guy who corrupted the LDS in every way.
Okay.
And all the
Okay.
bad things are traceable to Brigham Young, and anything that seems to go back to Joseph is just manufactured by the LDS to kind of cover Brigham Young's apostasy.
Okay. Interesting. So he's part of the branch that didn't go to Utah. Is that the Strangites?
No, so Strangites. So this guy Strang, he's pretty recent. He believes that he's the true prophet, and he's been like issuing his own prophecies and stuff.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
he tells his followers to still go to the main LDS because that's where the records are. And he's like, just like the temple was during the time of Jesus was overtaken by apostates, and Jesus still went to the temple. Like, his followers should similarly still go to the temple despite the fact that like the apostates have taken over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So he's still a faithful Mormon in his mind.
Yes, but they don't
Okay.
tithe to the church because they
Okay.
believe that the like they use that entire analogy of the temple during Jesus's time being taken over by faithless leaders.
Gotcha. Yeah. Man, and how did you meet this guy?
Crazy stuff you would not believe. Like, weird. Like, my almost 2-year journey, like, it felt like, okay, like, I want off this roller coaster, but I will go where God, like, I'm turning 49 next week, and I'm not the type of person who has a calling every 2 minutes like some people I'm sure you've met. I've had maybe 2 or 3 callings in my entire life, but one of them was I was driving through Salt Lake City, and I stopped actually after I'd driven Paul to Synod in 2023, was it, or 2022? After the first Midwest, I mean, kind of Midwestuary, I stopped in Salt Lake City, and I was waiting for sunset at the Great Salt Lake. And so there's this joke that that a lot of rabbis tell. Why did God create Mormons? So that Christians would know how Jews feel. And I was there, and like, that joke came to me very seriously. Like, God created Mormons so that Christians would know how Jews feel. And I came back and I started like looking into the LDS, and it was just the weirdest roller coaster ride in my life. Like,
So the whole reason you did it was because of that joke?
yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Like, I believe that joke is literally true.
So
I mean, I
is
can
it like,
see. Go ahead.
was it like looking in two glasses darkly, or is it that, you know, like one of them you switch over, it's like one glass for one eye, or
What are you saying?
okay. All right. Don't worry.
Are you referring to the line where Paul
From
is
Paul,
talking
yeah,
about?
that's what I think he's referring to.
Is that right, Andrew?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
I just think that like I think that the like all of the Lucky just woke up from a bad dream, I think. I should probably go soon. It's almost midnight here. I think that like the LDS is basically building an infrastructure that will eventually house like the Noahide movement.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's Gentiles who become Jewish, correct?
Well, Gentiles who believe in Judaism but don't become Jewish.
Ah, okay. Believe in it, but don't actually convert.
Yeah, you know that the LDS had a huge role in starting Christian Zionism, right?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, so one of the the BYU in Jerusalem was started BYU Jerusalem. So what happened was where's the earlier? The first ladder here. Let me pull this up. So the first Latter-day Saint official to enter the city of Jerusalem was Apostle Orson Hyde, who came in 1841 and dedicated the land for the gathering of the people of Israel, the creation of a Jewish state, and the building of a temple at some future time. After his visit, the presence of the church in the city was virtually non-existent. By 1971, the city saw enough Latter-day Saints visitors for the church to lease a building in East Jerusalem for church services. BYU's study abroad, like Orson Hyde mission to Jerusalem. As early as 1832, when he was a newly baptized member of the church, eager to know the will of the Lord, Hyde sought direction from Joseph Smith, whom he considered to be a prophet. In a blessing Hyde received in 1832 at the hands of Smith, Hyde was told, "Thou shalt go to Jerusalem and be a watchman unto the house of Israel, and by thy hands shall the Most High do a good work, which shall prepare the way and greatly facilitate the gathering together of that people." 8 years after receiving the blessing, Orson Hyde had a vision in March 1840 in which the Spirit told him he was to visit the cities of London, and Amsterdam, Constantinople, and Jerusalem, and that in Jerusalem he was to declare those of Judah that they must gather together, assemble yourselves, and go into the defenced cities. 1 month after this vision, on April 6, 1840, Orson Hyde spoke at a church general conference in Nauvoo, Illinois. In his address, Hyde said that it has been prophesied some years ago, referring to his 1832 blessing, that he had a great work to perform among the Jews, and that he had recently been moved upon by the Spirit of the Lord to visit that people. When Hyde concluded speaking, Joseph Smith motioned to those in attendance at the conference and resolved that Hyde should proceed on a mission to Jerusalem. This Hyde did with a prayer on October 24th, 1841, in which he dedicated the Holy Land for the return of the Jews. According to the minutes from the April 6, 1840 General Conference, at which Hyde was dispatched, Elder John E. Page then rose and spoke with much force on the subject of Elder Hyde's mission. And on the last day of the conference, Joseph Smith stated that since Elder Hyde had been appointed to visit the Jews, he had felt an impression that it would be well for Elder John E. Page to accompany him on his mission. The two elders, Hyde and Page, left Nauvoo and embarked on their mission on 15 April 1840. For the following months, Hyde and Page traveled as circumstances allowed, sometimes together and at other times apart. In the end, however, Page failed to accompany him all the way to Jerusalem. They parted ways when Hyde waited for Page in New York City for several months, but Page never arrived, so Hyde set out for Jerusalem alone, as he had foreseen in his vision. His letter of introduction claimed that the Jewish nations have been scattered abroad among the Gentiles for a long period, and our estimation, the time of the commencement of their return to the Holy Land has already arrived. He left the United States and traveled through Germany, the Ottoman Empire, and Egypt before arriving in Jerusalem. He stayed in Bavaria for a while to learn the German language. Hyde was only in Jerusalem for a few days. He arrived there on Thursday, October 21st, 1841, and stayed until Monday, October 25th, 1841. He recorded that before dawn on October 24th, 1841, he climbed up the Mount of Olives, overlooking the city, then both wrote and recited a prayer, part of which reads, "Now, O Lord, the servant has been obedient to the heavenly vision which thou gavest him in his native land, and under the shadow of thine outstretched hand, he has safely arrived in this place to dedicate and consecrate this land unto thee for the gathering together of Judah's scattered remnants, according to the predictions of the holy prophets, for the building up of Jerusalem again after it has been trodden down by the Gentiles so long, and for rearing a temple in honor of thy name. Everlasting thanks be ascribed unto thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that thou hast preserved thy servants from the dangers of the seas and from the plague and pestilence which have caused the land to mourn. The violence of man has also been restrained, and thy providential care by night and by day has been exercised over thine unworthy servant. Accept therefore, O Lord, the tribute of a grateful heart for all past favors, and be pleased to continue thy kindness and mercy towards a needy worm of the dust." Having dedicated Jerusalem for the gathering of the Jews, Hyde departed the mountain after building a small altar with stones. Nearly a year later, Orson Hyde returned to America. He traveled back by way of Regensburg, Germany, where he spent a number of months working on a church publication in German. Finally arrived home to his wife and two daughters in Nauvoo on December 7th, 1842, having gone for a few months shy of 3 years. Since Orson Hyde's dedicatory mission, the Holy Land has been formally dedicated for the return of Judah and the house of Israel in at least 10 other dedicatory prayers.
Jacob,
what?
Jacob.
Yeah. What? What? You're not listening. You don't find this incredibly interesting?
I was listening.
I find this
I'm
interesting.
I'm riveted.
Yeah, the LDS takes this really seriously, and they believe that Zionism is and frankly, they've been very supportive of the state of Israel and Zionism, and like so like they had a lot to do with Christian Zionism.
It doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, the claims of Mormonism are that, you know, the last tribes of Israel came to America on boats. You know all this, right? Like this is the Mormon claim. So it doesn't surprise me at all that this is the case. So what I'm curious about, I know you are not a Zionist and you don't appreciate Zionism. And so did you already feel that way prior to learning this, or did this contribute to how much you do not?
So I became a very bitter anti-Zionist when I was in Israel in 2000. This was like 26 years ago. When I read the book Perfidy, which no reason to get into it, but I identified as a kind of religious Zionist, and then I found out a lot about the history of Zionism, which made me go, okay, this is not from God. And like finding out that the LDS was so involved in Zionism only confirmed my belief that demons had a lot to do with it.
Yes. 100%.
But at the same time, you have to realize within Judaism, we believe demons are just left-handed angels. So
yeah, and that's similar to what we believe too, right? Fallen angels, is that the same thing?
Well, we would even call them fallen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like left-handed in terms of like God created them that way, or what do you mean?
Yes.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, this is a major theological split between Christianity and Judaism, going all the way back to the Book of Enoch. We very much like this. This is one of the ways in which Judaism and Christianity split way back 2,000 years ago, was whether or not demons are rebellious.
So has Father Stephen commented on this at all? Have you guys ever talked about that? And what does he say about that? Does he agree?
I mean, he believes Enoch, the Book of Enoch, is an important part of the Apocrypha. We believe it is a heretical work.
You believe Enoch is heretical?
Orthodox Judaism believes Enoch is heretical. Now, whether there are versions of Enochic literature that the Kabbalists maintain, that's a whole other thing. But I don't have access to that literature, and frankly, you would have to be a Kabbalist to have access to that literature. But we very much do not believe that angels are rebellious. I mean, that angels can be rebellious. That is a strong difference theologically between Christianity and Judaism.
So they don't have free will?
Not really. Not the way human beings do. No.
Okay. So does that mean that God is the author of evil?
Yes. The Bible says that directly. And I know how much Calvinists get whatchamacallit about that, but like, so
well, Calvinists agree with that pretty much, don't they?
They do, but they don't believe it the way we do. So Isaiah 45:7. I bring this up a lot. Hebrew. So let's start with 45:6. So that you may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none beside me. I am the Lord, and there is no other. forming the light and creating darkness, making peace, and creating. Now, a lot of Christians like translating this as calamity, but the word there is just Ra. Guess what the word is when the in Genesis it says the tree of the knowledge of good and Ra. That's the exact same word.
Oh, really?
Yes. I, the Lord, do all of these things. Now, we also believe, let me go over to, whatchamacallit? Astir. Deuteronomy 31:18. Va'anochi haster astir panai bayom hahu al kol hara'ah. And I will surely hide my face on that day for all the ra'ah, evils, right? And it gets translated as surely hide my face, but it's I will hide my face. This repetition, infinitive absolute in Hebrew, right? So one interpretation, this is the Kabbalistic interpretation, is that God hides his face through evil. It is the presence of evil which makes it possible for us to not see God. So we view evil as a mask that God wears.
Wow. And what do you remember what Father Stephen said about both of those? By any chance? How he interprets that?
I'm not sure we've talked about that, but like I'm pretty sure he just takes the I don't think we've talked about it directly, but I think he just takes the normal Christian position, which is that no, they're spiritual beings have free will like human beings do, and so they have a capacity to rebel against God just as we do, whereas we believe that the capacity to rebel against God is a unique gift God has given, not even all people, but like it's a.
Well, what about the whole Noahide covenant? You know, you shed the blood of man.
By
God
man,
will
your
require
blood shall be. Yeah, what about it?
That commandment's given to animals too.
So that book that I mentioned, the Case for Animal Souls, the fourth grand rabbi of Chabad gives an explanation which shows that while we talk in generalities about human beings being generally what has free will, there are lesser forms of free will which extend even to animals, and so it's there are ways in which there is free will. One explanation that is often given is that you might not have the capacity to create evil. You might have the capacity to choose to be the one who commits evil, right? So true choice, free choice, would be the choice to create evil, right? And quite possibly most people don't even have that level of free choice. You may have the freedom to choose to be the one who participates in the evil or the good that exists in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So the place my mind went to was how do you view Satan and passages that say what Satan meant for evil, God meant for good? Is Satan a fall?
First of all, that's Joseph says that about his brothers. He says
Right.
to his brothers, "What you meant for evil, God chose for good." Right.
What you meant? Is that what he says? Okay.
If I remember correctly, right?
And maybe there's another verse that says something. I thought there was one that said something about what Satan meant for evil, God meant for good.
If that is in, I don't remember it, but
that could be the New Testament, possibly.
It may be, but our beliefs regarding Satan very much are based on what is in the book of Job. And in the book of Job, right, now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and the adversary, Gam Hasatan, right, the
Right.
Satan was among them, and it's God who basically tasks Satan with the job of afflicting Job. So
right,
we believe that Satan is a position which God appoints his angels to.
Okay. So essentially, whether it's Satan or any other left-handed demon, God has assigned these beings to that role, is how you understand it.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, that's so not how Christians see it. So I'm trying to understand how you guys sit with that, because that's very yeah, like that just does that trouble you at all?
Not really. No. I mean, we don't believe that evil is intrinsic to what God wants. God wants the good, but we believe so. Here, let's pull up Genesis 1. So it says, believe in the fourth day. Is it the fourth day? Kito. Those are all Kotov, Yom Hashlishi, Yom Otot Hashanim. Alright. Where is it? I am just going to search for it. In Genesis. 1:31. It is the 6th day. And it says, and God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Tov Ma'od.
And that's the only time he says that, right? On all the other days, it's just good, correct?
So the rabbis ask, what does it mean it was very good? And one answer they give is And that was the creation of evil, because a man who has always lived in the light and never been bothered by the darkness does not appreciate the light. But if you add darkness, then it is possible for a man to be in the light and see how very good the light is.
Okay. So it's kind of the idea that I've heard other people say, you know, just like in general, like you can't really appreciate the good without the bad, something like that.
I feel like people only say that after they've like had a bad thing and they really want the good thing again. You know? Like
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually when people say something like that. Or when they're just trying to kind of philosophize about, you know, good and evil, and that we can't really, you know, how can you really appreciate it unless you have this other thing? And so basically the interpretation.
It is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Right. So when we, so how you see that then is that, because I know in Orthodoxy, my understanding is that eventually God was going to give Adam and Eve that fruit, but they weren't ready for it yet. Is how I understand it in Orthodoxy. Is Judaism, is that not how it, is that the same?
No, we say the exact same thing.
Okay. And then the tree of life in Orthodoxy, that would also eventually we would have that as well, but because of our choosing to eat of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil when we weren't ready for it, we don't get the tree of life now, because we would, that would not be good for us now, because now we're in a different situation. Is that the same for you guys as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Adam didn't take it in good faith.
Say that again.
Because, you know, Adam, he didn't take the fruit in good faith, you know.
Well, I mean, neither one of them did, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was their big problem, you know.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
God told them to wait. He didn't wait, you know.
Yeah. I'm
God
taking things into my own hands.
Look at it, you know. He did a lot more than look at it, you know.
Well, no, Eve said that. Eve added that. Eve said, don't, he said not even to look at it, but God never did say that. He just said, don't eat of it. Right?
So Eve says we cannot even touch it. And
even touch it.
There's a midrash which says that Adam had added that as a sort of protection to prevent the eating of it, and that the snake pushed her into the tree, and that's how he convinced her that she wouldn't die, because Adam had failed to let her know that this was his own invention and that wasn't precisely what God said.
So do you guys understand the snake to be Satan?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. So does that seem like God is like kind of playing a trick on Adam and Eve? If he's the author of the snake doing this, even though he's told them not to do it, isn't he kind of going against himself in that moment? If he's the agent behind the snake, isn't he talking out of both sides of his mouth?
I mean, the Torah says several times God tests you.
Yeah, but isn't that beyond just a test? Isn't that like God, like God, you just told me not to do this, but now you're the author of this thing that is telling me to do it.
They could have withstood the test.
Sure. But to me that puts God in like this weird position of like do you want me to or do you not want me to? Like,
he definitely does not want you to.
I mean, that's what I have always believed, but that's consistent with this other being with free will telling me something else. God's allowing that, right? But he's not the one making the snake do that.
Well, who created the snake?
Sure, but it's still, if you give a creature free will, you're allowing that creature to have the free will. Isn't the same as doing it yourself. You know what I mean?
You're just pushing the question down a level. It's the same question.
I mean, I can see that line of argument. I guess because the idea of free will is so important within Orthodoxy, it's like God's given us all this freedom, and how we're going to use it matters. Yeah. And he's even going to use these rebellious creatures because he's sovereign. He's going to somehow use that for the good in the end, even to the death of Christ. Right? So like,
what we would say is that the creation of Satan was necessary for us to have the capacity to sin.
What if we ask Satan about it?
What do you mean?
What if we ask Satan if he has like free will, you know? And that's one way to get an answer, right?
I don't think you want to talk to Satan.
Right? Like,
I wouldn't advise that.
You've got
Probably
this debate.
not a
right?
good idea to talk to Satan.
It's been going on for 2,300 years. There's someone, we keep talking about the same agent, spiritual agent.
So that's part of the thing. We don't actually believe that like Satan is one thing. Satan is an office.
Okay, well, whoever holds that office, right?
At any point. Yeah.
Just cut out the middleman.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Like get rid of the office? Is that what you mean?
You could ask the Christians, you know, does Satan have free will? You could ask the Jews, does Satan have free will? Or you could ask
Satan if Satan has free will.
There you go.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay. You're back to that. Well, I don't know that if he's a deceiver, which is what it says, I don't know if he's going to give you a correct answer, and you might be opening yourself up to something that's not great. So that's probably problematic. Well, I would be very curious to hear a conversation with Father Stephen about this particular issue and the verses you've brought up. You know, that would be fascinating, because my understanding is that he does understand the original language. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very curious, because
Father Stephen's Hebrew is pretty good.
Yeah. So that'd be great. That would be at the top of my list for conversations. So yeah, if you're out there, Father Stephen, would love to hear that one for sure. Because I think a lot of stuff does come down to this type of question about a lot of things. And I wasn't aware that Judaism viewed it this way. That's a new thought for me. So
yeah, this is where the Calvinists keep on telling me I'm a Calvinist. I was like, nope. Not even close.
Jacob's like, don't put me in that camp. Although I can see why someone think that, because they basically do so what do you think the difference is there? How do you differentiate your view versus the Calvinist view?
I would say Deuteronomy 30. Like, I believe that God created evil as a potential for us to choose. Like it says in Deuteronomy 30, I have set good. Here, let's pull up. Even though it's getting kind of late. But, where were we? Deuteronomy 30, possibly my favorite chapter in the entire Bible. Certainly one of my favorites. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Right? So God sets before us life and good, and death and evil. And he tells us to choose life and good.
Yeah.
God desires good, but it's a difference. I mean, I had a long talk with Cal a long time ago about God's permissive will and God's direct will. Evil is manifested in God's permissive will, not in God's direct will.
Are you aware that Calvinists have those same categories?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I may have known that. Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard them have those kind of conversations.
But I certainly don't believe in double predestination.
Yeah, where it's already determined where everybody's going. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's one of my favorite cartoons. Conversations with Calvinist Jesus. Master, what must I do to inherit eternal life? Nothing, as I've assigned you to hell.
Yeah, that's pretty much where it goes, and I'm with you. I can't get behind it. In fact, that almost completely destroyed my faith many years ago. After I had left Mormonism, when I was kind of a pseudo Protestant, I heard the full on. I went to a conference with R.C. Sproul, who is a very well known Calvinist.
I've heard the name. Yeah.
I was just repulsed. I was like, what? How is this even considered a legitimate Christian belief? Like, this is just the worst thing I've ever heard. And it was very troubling. And I'm still baffled that anybody could believe that and think it was, in any way a Christian idea. It's just horrible. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know it's getting late for you, Jacob. I just wanted
6.5 hours. I haven't done a 6-hour stream in a very long time.
Well, I just
this going.
Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to fix a very important mistake.
What did I mistake?
You didn't. IKEA is indeed Swedish. It's not Finnish.
Oh, okay. Nokia is.
And if you don't know that, you haven't gone into IKEA ever. So you haven't bought any furniture ever.
Oh, no. We said IKEA is Swedish. The question was Nokia.
Okay.
Yeah. Nokia. Let's see. Nokia.
The cell phone company.
Is a Finnish. Yeah, it's Finnish.
Okay.
Nokia. Yeah.
Okay. That clears the issue. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Well, I just wanted to say to anyone who is watching who thinks I am an anti-Mormon. So this is an accusation that is often given for people like myself who have issues with Mormonism. I am not an anti-Mormon. I have a huge problem with Mormonism, right? I think it speaks for itself what it is. But most Mormon people are good people who are doing the best they can and have no ill will towards anyone, and many of them are doing good in the world. So I just wanted to clarify that.
How many generations back does your Mormon family go?
Not any. My parents were both converts. So yeah, they both converted, and they both came from very troubled homes. Okay. And this is one of my theories about converts, especially. Mormonism provides a structure, and it's safe, and it doesn't allow alcohol. And so many people find it to be a very attractive option when they've come from the type of families my parents came from. And that's another thing, Jacob. I'm a social worker, so we have that in common. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how long have you been a social worker?
I graduated in 2007, and I've been licensed since 2010. I'm licensed as a mental health counselor. So I've had a private practice for many years. I've been doing social work though for about 10 years alongside that with veterans. So.
Oh wow, we're gonna have the talk. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get you involved in Fountain of Comfort. I was actually today looking at registering in Washington State as an ASW. So. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we'll have to talk. We'll have to talk.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you? Yeah, you are on whatchamacallit, aren't you? You're on Discord.
I recently signed up for your Discord. I haven't interacted on there at all, but I did the invite and whatnot, but I haven't ever talked on there at all.
Send me a message. We'll talk.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Unless Yoav wants to keep this going. Yoav, are you keeping this going?
Yeah, just a bit about the story.
Yeah.
Of the Mormon in Jerusalem.
What about the Mormon in Jerusalem? And what's in your background? That this is a new background.
It's my name on a piece of clay.
Aha.
And it was found on the hill of Masada.
Aha.
And they drew lots.
They did.
To decide who is going to kill whom.
They did.
So one of them was Yoav, and that was his lot.
Aha. Do you know if he did the Josephus thing of killing everyone else and then surrendering so he got to live?
They all die, I think. I don't think any surrendered.
Yeah. So what did you want to say about the Mormon in Jerusalem?
I'm just saying that the times were the end of the Ottoman Empire, and all of the Western powers were trying to establish themselves in the Holy Land, including several sects of Americans, varying degrees of success. And I think Mormon came to Jerusalem and found it too crowded. There was no way, no foot, no place to put his foot in there. Too many other sects there. You should have tried in Tel Aviv.
I don't think Tel Aviv was started back in 1840 yet.
Not yet, but that was a mistake. He was quoting the Bible saying that the Jews should gather into the fortified cities. That was the verse they were citing. And the thing to do then was to get out of the cities. They started to get out of the cities in Jerusalem and later in Tel Aviv. And that was what did the trick.
Okay, I am going to bed. You can continue this as long as you like.
No, 6.5 hours is enough.
All right. See you guys later.
See you.
Bye.